Shabbat Shalom, lineage of the eternal truth, as well as all the friends listening. On this so precious day of Shabbat, which is the 23rd day of Bul, the month of Bul is on its way out, and I can't remember when it'll change. Do you remember? We were going to check, but I forgot. Anybody that can go into the Eternal Truth official website and see when it'll change and let me know. Of the year 5987, corresponding to the 1st of December, entering into December, the month of festivities of the year 2018. It'll change when? We shall study. It'll change the 8th or 9th? Okay, the 8th is the 30th. Later, what day is it? Next Shabbat? Okay, during the week I'll tell you exactly when the moon shall be seen. Maybe on the Shabbat itself, unless it's on Friday, but I'll confirm it later during this week. Very well. So then for now, let us plan that next Shabbat, that'll be the 30th. Next Shabbat, that'll be the 30th. Supposedly, it'll be the last day of the month, and when the Shabbat ends, that is precisely, and when Sunday begins, and the liver cleansing begins on the last day, we'll enter into the month of the 9th month. Very well. We shall study yet another chapter of the Bride of Yeshua, part 45. 45. YHWH Ekhad 24. Within all these titles of this study, we shall study the new medicine part 6, and it won't be the last. I thought it would be, but it won't be. Maybe next Shabbat it'll be, because it's very impressive the things that I have to say. That is, if you can comprehend them, but I'll leave that specifically for next Shabbat, last day of the new medicine, and later we'll study the scriptures again as it is our custom, but from the point of view of things that we understand now that are new, that we have incorporated and applying. It enriches us, and it enriches all the rest of the studies that we shall have. Very well, we're living Shavuot 71 in the time that, according to the scriptures, according to the prophets, according to Yeshua, is the last generation. So then, we are living in times that do not belong to us to dictaminate, but only to Yahweh. Can it worry us? No, not at this point. At this point, the last thing that it should worry us is that we should be worried about us, our incoherence or our coherence. We shall be in the search of coherence on a permanent basis. Very well. It is Shabbat 23rd of this Shavuot number 71. We shall seek our Elohim. Blessed art thou, Yahweh, Elohim, which art in heaven. We give you thanks, Lord, for this precious day, for the opportunity of being able to live on this earth and learn to be the people that we should be. I give you thanks, Lord, because you have taken us during this whole path, this path which is the learning curve, in order to change the things that were lies, to start adopting those which are true, to be prepared for the time in which you come to look for us. I ask you, Lord, that you do not delay your return, but rather we are awaiting for you anxiously to live with you forever. But we know that there are still things that we should learn, and it is all in your hands this whole time, which is our learning curve. All this, Lord, I ask you and thank you for in your precious name, Yeshua HaMashiach. Alleluia. The Lord has blessed with one more year of life the following members of the Eternal Truth: Marlene Campos Gonzalez, Colombia; Jose Antonio Sosa, Argentina; Karen Lazaro Lopez, Mexico; Felipe David, Brazil. Jaimelina Lora Martinez, the Dominican Republic. Jared David Zoe Lux, Guatemala. Asenet Judith Herrera Hernandez, Venezuela. Miguel Vergara, Colombia. Alondra Abigail Hasilia Aceves, Mexico. Jesse Payano Abreu, the Dominican Republic. Very well. If there's someone else added to this list, I'd rather we extend to you this congratulations, and the most important things is the blessings which Yahweh has for every one of us. It is a great blessing, the greatest of them all. It is to live every day on this earth. Sometimes we think that as the earth is, as the government is, as the situation is, due to the oppression, poverty, the bad information or lies of this whole system, it would seem to be the worst moment to live on this earth. A lot of people would say, if I were to live in the 70s, back in the 60s, or in the 50s, where there was a lot of work, where the people was good, there was not so much danger. Well, what I have to say is something. There is no better moment in all of history of this earth to live that is not this moment. Because when the lies, the disinformation, the dominion, the control, the injustice are those who rule this earth, there is no better opportunity for us of learning. No one can go and learn to heaven. No one. We have to learn here. How shall we learn in heaven when everybody's perfect? You can't learn anything there. Where we have to learn is here. Precisely here. This could seem something crazy what I'm saying because you can't comprehend it. How can we learn here? Which is all lies. How can we learn here? Which is injustice. How can we learn here that I don't have money? How can we learn here that nobody notices me? I don't have power or anything. It's the best place. It is the field of battle in which those who are conqueror and victorious have the only opportunity of being able to help and heal other people. No one that is in heaven and lived in a perfect ambient has the capacity of helping a person that lives in an imperfect ambient. They cannot comprehend it. Absolutely cannot comprehend it. Cannot comprehend. They did not live the situations, did not feel them, didn't win any battle. Because if you live in perfection, all the battles are won. So then, the more imperfect was my mom, the more imperfect was my dad, the more imperfect was my surroundings, the better chance I have to be a better person. If you did not comprehend that, then you can continue watching this. Maybe you see it as a total, as a whole. But the greatest blessing that Yahweh could have given us in order to assure an eternity in perfection is to have been born in imperfection, to have battled in imperfection, and to have comprehended imperfection itself. And even more when imperfection is in us. We are the best antidote against an injustice that could arise later on. Proverbs 25:2, it is the glory of Elohim to cover up the word, yet it is the honor of the king to search out the word. And in the word, which is the word davar in Hebrew, everything enters absolutely creation. Yahweh created through the word, the davar. We create through the Word. And everything that we've been studying is so important for us. I don't know if you have already taken conscience about all this wisdom that Dr. Hummer gave to us, because it makes us responsible to ourselves about our health. It is not on somebody else that studied on the university, nor a doctor. When I go to what's happening, doctor, oh yeah, he prescribed something. My responsibility is mine. It's mine. It was not a virus that attacked me. It was not a bad luck or a punishment of Elohim. The one who attacked me was I myself. In every one of the sicknesses or SBSs, which means significant, biological, special program. So then, the main thing that I've taught up until now is that you take conscience that you are responsible of this temple that Yahweh allows us to have. When something is wrong in the temple, I have to revise and check what is wrong with me. There is an incoherence. People that do not comprehend this or take conscience there's something wrong in their temple, and they go to a mechanic, which in this case is the doctor, for him to fix it and to give him the little pill that's magical, or the magical cut, or the poison that is magical, or the treatment that's magical, to surpass that problem without them changing. When all this new paradigm is that when we detect that there is a symptom, what we must is to change everything. When our life went in one direction and that got us sick, what we have to do is to become conscious what got us sick. What do I have? What organ is affected of mine, or what organs, because it could be many, and to become conscious of what I was doing, what I felt, that produced that reaction, that program. So then when the program is there already, that I triggered due to my incoherence, what I have to do is to change a direction. A little pill or a scalpel cannot fix my life. It cannot. What I have to do is change myself, and that is what humans is the very least thing they want to do. Humans do not want to change. They want a little magical pill to change what they cannot change for themselves. So then, when we find ourselves with the harsh truth that we have a program in course, and generally I'm speaking about lethal ones, where the life or the individual is threatened, it is at that point in time in which the individual has to change their direction. When that special program makes no more sense, it leaves, it ends. But what triggered that special program? An incoherence due to the change that the individual was taking. So then what is that we must do to become conscious and change? This medicine is not so that you cure your sicknesses or heal your sicknesses, but rather to demonstrate to you where you're wrong and where you must change if you wish to live. This is marvelous. And also, many people do not want to know about this. For what reason? Because it makes them the only masters of their life. Already not to depend on anyone else, not to depend on a medical system that is a drug addict, because all the drugs are addictive and they destroy you. To come out from that tremendous system in which we are all and make you master and owner of your life is a responsibility, a gift that actually many of us, whether we don't want it or not even appreciate what is being given us. Notice that what I'm telling you is something that is so magnificent. In this point in time, No sickness should affect your life. No sickness if you are coherent. That is something marvelous. Because up until we learned this, we thought that the luck was what got us sick. We're doing all right today, we're doing well today, and tomorrow you have cancer and you're gone. That's it, you're gone with cancer. All the people with cancer die. And the doctor says something is growing here. Oh, in the best time of my life, something is growing there. What indicates an incoherence? What does it take for you to change? And from now on, Yahweh has given us this gift that's so magnificent that it puts all our health and the state of health and well-being, ours, that is, depends on whom? Me and you. That is all that I have taught in these 6 subjects, which rather now we have received the power. This is more than a true knowledge. It is the power of what I do with my life, where I direct my life. When I direct it in the wrong way, I'll end up wrong. I'll end up very badly. When I crash against a wall with a special program, a symptom, that symptom is revealing to me that I have to do what? I have to change. I have to fix something, and by fixing it, I have to do what? I can't go in that direction, because if I fix that, I'm going to continue in that direction, and I'll again have that problem. So then what I have to do is change. That is something that I have never expected to receive, and Yahweh gave it to us through Hummer. Never did I ever dream with being the owner of my own health. Ever. Always I dreamed that I was just a puppet, that we were bouncing around, and that we had to be surviving, battling, fighting, everything in the way. And then the Germanic medicine comes and says every time that you fight and you battle, you will trigger an SPS. Always. If they ask the people, how are you? I'm here battling. Against what battle? We should not battle. If we battle, it's because there's an incoherence and we're battling. That's why I told you, not even now, I comprehended that we should not fight against the system. Because if we fight against the system, who's going to get sick? I will, not the system. The system was completely sick, but they will not absorb the impact. I will absorb it. Every time I get upset due to a situation, and those are things that we have to work on, everyone, what you have to do, every time I get upset and I trigger my wrath, I am triggering my energy. That is why after a great argument and you're exhausted. Why are you exhausted? Due to the energy that you let go, and precisely life sends you all types of madmen or negative characters to make you jump and trigger that you're driving, enjoying the day, saying, Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu. Oh, somebody cut you off. Precisely, you were kicked back, somebody cuts you off, and you flips you off on top of that. What? You're like, the reaction of wrath, you're like, what? Oh, you're going to get it now. Now I show him the finger, or I cut him off, or I start to argue. So then you're kicked back. After that discussion, you go to the place where you wanted to go, and again, Shema Israel. As long as I'm right there looking for a place to park, Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, and then I'm going to go backwards precisely, so then I go up ahead and I go back. As soon as I go in reverse, another guy goes in and takes it. And it was the last parking spot. There wasn't another. And you could not even finish what you were trying to say. You know what type of wrath that happens to you, because it was yours. It was your parking spot. And you lost territory. Because you already said, this is my parking spot, and you put your life, this is mine. You look all over the place and you claim that it's mine. I'm here. This is mine. Because some car, and you say, hey, it's mine. And you stick your neck out. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. And you leave your car there. It's mine. But you have to do a maneuver because you don't enter just like that. You have a truck. You don't enter like that. So then when you're doing the maneuvers, some other guy went in. You see that a lot in Black Friday. The day after Thanksgiving, about 4 people died this year. There's years that more people die because the people in their eagerness of looking for something they want, they go on top of you, they crush you, they shoot you, they start fighting due to TV. It's all territory fights and morsel fights because the TV is a morsel. What happens when I get upset and already I go into wrath? The only thing I'm doing is the loss of energy. When I feel happy and I'm at peace, I absorb energy. So then life will send to you, Yahweh will send to you, all types of madmen in order to show you to not get upset. To show you to say, I will not get upset. I don't get upset. Oh, they took my place. That's fine. I'll give it to him. I renounce to that place. Okay, that's fine. A great, happy smile and say, good day. And you leave until that starts to become part of you. One could say that's an incoherence. I want to kill the guy. It's an incoherence because you have a bad belief there. But if you start to understand this belief that I'm telling you of saying, okay, every time that I get upset, I lose energy, it changes. So then my plan is not to get upset. No matter what they do to me, not to get upset. I could avoid the situation. I could determine later, but not to get upset. Every time I yell, the yelling wife, yelling, hey, I told you this and that, and blah, 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 blah. They lose a lot of energy. The wife like that, always getting upset, she's always upset, losing energy, or depressive. So then, if we start to practice, my tone of voice is going up, I have to lower it. Today I decided not to yell, because yelling wife, I decided not to yell today, and no matter what happens, and when you decide that, Yahweh is going to do what? What's Yahweh going to do? He will send you every situation so that you break that throat by yelling. When you decide to do something, everything is against you. But why is everything against you? So that it makes you learn. That is why a person that wants to stop yelling, what good is heaven if they're surrounded by angels and nobody will make you yell? So then the person that yells, how are they cured in heaven? How are they cured in heaven? They cannot be cured. If a person that is accustomed to always being ruined, so that you understand it, that they shit on her all the time, she's just a piece of garbage, a toilet. Every person that sees her, they do evil things, they throw poop on her all the time. How do we cure that person in a place where no one will shit on her? Do you understand how it is the best place to cure everything? Because I take that person, take her to heaven, no angel will do anything. Elohim's not going to do it. How do we cure a problem? In the problem in which that person, they put her down here, what's he going to do? We'll live once again all that wrath and conflict because they're shitting on her. Because in heaven, they're not going to shit on you. Unless Paul is there, but he's not there. So they're in heaven. Nobody will do anything. So then what is the best place to change and cure yourself here? They do injustices here. This is where they steal things. This is where they take things away. This is where what you want and you desire, they don't give it to you. Here is the place. So then here is the best place to be perfect. In heaven, no one can learn to be perfect. No one. Because there's nothing contrary. If there's no contrary, what are you going to learn? When you have the least contrary against you, you would not even know how to act. If I take an angel from heaven and I put him in the flesh to live the experiences of a man, he would not even know how to act. Nothing. Because he would be paralyzed. They all see it from their point of view, from their experience, but not here in the flesh. They could be men, but it's not the same experience. They have to be born here. You have to be born here. You have to have a bad mother. You have the bad father. You have to have a bad brother and sister, and go to school and fight with everybody, or to be bullying, or you be the bully, no matter. But the experience you can never have by an angel or anyone except for you. So then, the only ones that can get to be perfect are we. The rest has no chance of being perfect. There's no chance of being perfect. Well, if I continue speaking about the subject, then I'd have to skip over to next Shabbat. But this was just an introduction. Remember that I'll continue to speak about this because I'm already on a different subject. I'll continue speaking about this, of why we're here. What is the reason? The fifth essence of this whole earth, and why we are in the best place, with the best government, with the best neighbors, for us. Everything that happens to us is the best. And remember this that I'm about to say. Write it down. If you don't want to accept it, you can write it down later. Write this down. The worst thing that happens to us is the best thing that happens to us. Remember these words that I just said. I'll pronounce again. The best thing that could happen to us, now I changed it up a bit, is the best thing that could happen to us. So then, the worst thing that happened to me is the best thing that could have happened to me. How are you saying that if my father used to beat me and he was a drunkard? Is the best father for you the best one? You wanted to have an angel father, you would not have learned anything. But my mom abandoned me, didn't even want to recognize me. Best mother for you. You wanted to have a mother to recognize you and be in heaven. What would you have learned? Nothing. So then the best thing that happened to me, and that happens to me now, and that will happen to me, is the best thing that could have happened. I said it wrong. The worst thing. Okay, what did I say? I'll say it again. The worst thing that could have happened to me in the past, what has happened to me now, and that what will happen, the worst, that is the best thing for me. But they cut off a leg, and it was the best thing in heaven. What angel loses his wing and to learn that he can't fly with the wing? Just imagine the angel saying, what is he saying? Yeah, cut a wing off, see what happens. You don't know until they cut your wing off and you cannot fly anymore. That is a teacher that's impressive. Impressive. Very well. If you can't understand it, it doesn't matter. Just write it down. The worst thing that happens to me is the best thing that happens to me. So then when things come under this perspective, when bad things used to happen to me here, from here on out, I'm driving like this in a new car, and my son spills a whole plate of food in the car that smells like new car. First thing that I have to think is what? The worst thing that happens to me is the best thing that happens to me. So then I'm not going to yell like a bee saying, oh, what did you do, you stupid kid? No. The worst thing that happens to me is the best thing that happens to me. Because I am in training. I'm an apprentice. Or else what did I learn? Every time that they do something bad to me and I react evil, what did I do? Learn nothing, because then they all learn the same thing. We're all ready for eternal life, everyone. Because the whole world reacts extremely bad, yes or no? So then, if I learn to have my emotions in check, because I know that I get upset, and what happens to me? I get a special program. The one that is harmed is me. I am harmed. Very well. Under that perspective, everything starts to change. It all starts to open up. This is the essence, the fifth essence of understanding that we are in control of all our body, our entire body. Very well. legal advice. I am not a doctor in medicine. I don't have any titles whatsoever. I cannot diagnose, even less to tell you what you have to do with any sickness. Everything that I'll say is nothing but a story, like in Hollywood. Exactly the same thing. A science fiction series like Star Wars, but this is war against medicine. So then everything that I say is like a science fiction movie. If it hurts you if something hurts from your molar to your toe, going past wherever, every zone of your body, what you must do is visit a professional, especially pro-Zion, a profession for pro-Zion. So then prophet? No. That professes the faith of Zion. Profession. Zion. Zion. Those who precisely are directed by the college that are guided by Zion, the earthly Zion, obviously. So then you have to go to a professional that they have the medicine that's official to treat you and give you a good treatment. Everything that I say is science fiction, and I am a charlatan. Every treatment, nothing but treatment, but they are from professionals. And all of you that want to go to a college to look for a profession, work for Zion by faith. Profession. I am a professional. Okay, very well. Interesting. Play of words. Let's go directly. You already know the laws. Quickly, I'll tell them to you in a minute. The first law is the law of iron of cancer. The sicknesses that are cancer equivalent, that every sickness will begin with a DHS, which is a shock. In order for it to be a DHS, it has to be something dramatic. Dramatic could be something which my pencil breaks on me, because if you think that is dramatic, is only that a car explodes in front of you. Aside from dramatic, there are things that are traumatic, such as, oh, I bought that flower and I dropped it and it broke on me. That's dramatic. For your husband to yell on you, that's dramatic. That my tea that is hot is spilled, I can see that is dramatic. If my tea, I didn't drink and it gets cold on me, many people can see that as dramatic. Everything could be dramatic. That's why when I say dramatic, just find yourselves in that right place of what dramatic is. See, it started to cool down. If you don't like cold things, you start to cry or start to send an egg, go heat it up. That's not how you drink a tea. So then the problem, this dramatic starts. So then drama could be anything. Right, the intensity is given by the individual, right? It could be something stupid for one, and for another, it could be something that, especially kids, they take everything very seriously. If you scare a child, like in a case that Hammer said, but if I tell it to you, we're gonna end it. I'll tell it to you in 10 seconds. A kid that had epilepsies, when he started to see his life, you know, where the epilepsies began, because his dad played a prank on him on Christmas. They told the child that he was 4 years old, and Santa Claus will come, and careful, because he can take you. He can leave the gifts, but take you in his bag. The kid takes everything as true. You cannot do pranks like that. We're special in doing pranks. So the kid believed it, and he was watching and watching when Santa Claus would come. Santa Claus. Satan Claus. So then all of a sudden at 12 midnight, the father says, oh, he already came. He came, the kid said, and he left you this little gift. He said, and he's not going to take me? He said, no, he's not going to take you. He's gone. He's gone. The kid there had his conflictualitis, and he started the part of reparation. It was fear of separation, the fear with a conflict of separation, which brings what? Epilepsies. That night, he had the first epilepsy attack. Notice the incoherence that we fall into. All that have epilepsies, they can decode it exactly when it began and for what reason it began. It is a conflict of fear with separation, because the child was afraid that Santa Claus would come, and at the same time he was terrified that they separate him from his family, because the guy would take him in his bag. And what did the kids say? Oh, the guy with the bag comes. We're idiots like that, incoherent, the parents completely. And I'm one of them, because if we don't know this, careful, because you have the guy with the bag and will take you, and the kid does not have the sense of humor that you have, okay? He doesn't have it. Us, the elderly, we have a sense of humor that's acid. That's asinine, sickly, cancerous, and completely ignorant. Evil. The guy from the bag will take you, and the kid is all scared like this. Or careful, don't open up. There is the boogeyman. The boogeyman is in the closet. You know what a boogeyman is? A boogeyman is a phantom, like a ghost that will get you. Oh, careful, don't open up the closet. There's a boogeyman there, and the kid believes it completely. We create the sicknesses. It only takes to decode that case that Hammer did the best thing possible. How do you fix a case like that? Because that was recorded in his subconscious, that Santa Claus, and every Christmas he would have epilepsies. If he would see, it would only take that he would see a picture of a Santa Claus, and at night he would have an epilepsy. But he didn't know that. He would relate it later. One doesn't know that. You don't know anything about this. When you become conscious, you start to see. But of course, if every Christmas or every time I see those idiots dressed like Santa Claus, I have an epilepsy at night, obviously. Because why does that happen? Because precisely, I see that it is a rail. Santa Claus is a rail. I start in an active conflict, and then I solve it. Oh, it doesn't do anything. I solved it. But when I solve it, you have the epicrisis. No, it wasn't even good like that. I'm saying, my whole life I see a Santa Claus. Since he doesn't know that that was what produced it, I want you to understand. Since he doesn't know that that's what produced it, Hammer discovered what was it that produced it. So then he saw Santa Claus, and internally he would feel something, but he would resolve it, saying, all of a sudden he's afraid. Your body suffers a rail. You don't know what a rail is. I don't have to explain it again. And so then the guy is saying, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. And then at night, he has to fix that conflict that he had. He has to fix it. How do you fix it? With an epilepsy. So then, precisely, the only solution that Hammer found, because he tried everything, he said, look, let's try this, because Germanic medicine, the thing is to try and try and try. There is not a true exact treatment for every sickness. Every person is different. We'll have to do different things. And since the body understands things in symbols, and Hammer needed a little bit more biodecodification, doesn't mean it's evil if we know how to understand it. So then Hammer said, okay, let's try this. Give the keys to a friend of yours, tell him to dress as Santa Claus, and to put something on his belly, a good like a pillow, and he's gonna have to enter into your house when you don't expect it. You know that it'll be one of these days, but you don't know when. And when he comes, you see him, and as soon as you see him, go and attack him and hit him, strike him in the stomach. It was already programmed what he was gonna do, because Hammer said what you had was fear, because you were scared of that which was symbolic. That was, they told you would come. Look, symbolical. There was no Santa Claus when he triggered that fear. You see how we are completely symbolical. So it says you have to go and strike him. With that strike, he will leave, and then you will heal. But Hammer told him, but at night you'll have your last epicrisis, which is an epileptic attack. You'll have it. You don't think you're not going to have it. You will have it, because your first reaction will be the same as always, an active conflict. But now you'll resolve it, not by thinking in anything else, but you will go and strike the object, and your mind will understand that you're stronger, and it no longer scares you. Do you understand? Then the situation passed. The friend came. He struck him. The guy went out of there running, and he had an epileptic attack, and never again he had another one. Not even seeing Santa Claus or anything. That's the way it is. You have to have the exact situation for every ailment. There's not an exact science. It has to be a whole study. That is an anamnesis. It's a deep study of all the situations that the individual lives with, every special detail, being able to understand what they lived and what made him live that SBS. Okay, very well. So then, we have to comprehend that by being able of understanding that which has been given us, we are the owners and lords of everything that may happen to us now in my body. So then, if I develop a cancer, I really am. I have not become conscious per se, because it should solve the conflict as soon as I have it. Do you understand? Same thing happens to you. When you have an ailment, it is because there is a conflict. And the more coherent that we are, the less conflict that we'll have. But on this earth, in the worst place to live. And that is what it is to be perfect. Did you understand what I just said? If in the worst moment on earth you stay in a perfectly healthy state, what are you, perfect? Perfect? Absolutely perfect and tested in the worst place. If I am a designer of a weapon and I want the cops to use it, I'm not going to test it with pillows. I'm going to use a weapon for the army, and I have a 9mm, and I don't submit it to a test. I designed it, said here it is, and where did you test it? No, I didn't. Don't touch it because it's in a perfect place, in a protective, full of cotton box, and said no, it's not going to touch. The water's not going to touch. And that's not how you test a weapon. The person that thinks that heaven can help you would say, but we, which are per se the weapon, where do we have to test it? In the worst situations and in the worst conditions possible. For example, Gaston Glock, which designed the best effective weapon, the 9mm. The guy went and he said precisely they wanted to change in Austria. They wanted to change all the guns that the army and the police used, and Gaston that did not make weapons. He was an inventor. He had made some knives, and he had made a whole bunch of things. He said, I'm going to make a weapon. That's different to the rest, because you had the Berettas, a whole bunch of American ones and German ones, and they were all iron. So then they would make them better, but there was all in iron, a whole bunch of mobile parts, but it was all metal. They were heavy and they were metal. Very well. Gaston Glock said, okay, I'm going to make something that is plastical. It's just a special plastic with the least possible amount of pieces that will always work, and that is against everything. So then he went and he designed everything, and when he went to present himself to the contest to see who would take the contract of the whole country of Austria, they tested all the countries, the Italian ones, the German ones, but he comes with a weapon that to the people's eyes was ugly, but the weapon was tested more than 200,000 times, and it could not fail once or twice. More than that, it was the one that failed the least. It dropped from a helicopter, submerged in water for hours, in oil. It had to fire the same way. You know what is a weapon submerged in the water for 2 hours, and then to take it out and for it to fire? That's a true weapon. Now, you submerge whatever other weapon, it no longer works. You have to dry it out, it all gets oxidized. It's no good. But on the other hand, this guy, they tested his weapon in any other ways. It was the weapon per se that was perfect in that time. It was so perfect that the U.S. said, I want it too. And other countries said, yeah, we want it too. And that's why it became so famous, Glock was. That's why it works any place. You leave it there forgotten in the dust for 10 years, take it out, and it works. It gets wet entirely, and it works. And something breaks, that's easy. You just change the part, and it works again. It's impressive. That is what Elohim wants from us. But how must he test us in the worst place? If you understand what I just said, in the worst place, it has to work. What judge is a good judge and they have them in pillows? No. That's why the worst things that happen to us, the best things that happen to us. Why? Because we have to learn to be good, not in a perfect environment, but in the worst environment that exists in the whole universe. That is Earth. We have the worst governments, the worst lies, the worst threats, everything that is the worst. In that place, Yahweh says, that is where I want to see if you're good. No, Lord, this is injustice. Okay, then you're no good. Lord, I want to die. Okay, then you're no good. Lord, I'm going to fight here. He's no good either, because we should not fight. We have to learn to do what? To be perfect, not to fight. When we go into the battle, I'm going to fight for this. You already lost. You lost from the beginning. We do not fight. We are coherent. Very well. I'm going to read to you. How long have we been in the introduction? Which is not an introduction. It's part of the subject, but I'm always going to read something and I don't. I was going to read to you something from Dr. Moses Reiki Gear Hummer, but let's see, it's 12:46. Well, let's see. 12:30. Okay, we're doing all right. We're doing all right, but there's no time to read this. I'll read it later. Because tell you too, I enjoy this by reading it. I enjoy it. I'll read to you later. I know that it becomes more than 7 subjects. I don't know. Well, I'll read to you someday. I want to read something that is I want to explain something to you that's very impressive. Oh, and I was in law number 1, so then I'll say them quick. Every sickness, which we call SPS, begins with a DHS, and the DHS has to be sharp. I've explained to you some sharp, lived in solitude. It could be highly traumatic, but for the individual makes the trauma. Lived in solitude. What is the other characteristic? Unexpected. Correct. Exactly that. It grabs you unexpected, or the contrary, that you were expected. I expected it from the front, grabbed me from the back. I was waiting for him. I know the guy will come, and I'm waiting for him in front of me, and when I feel it behind me, I'm waiting for him, but it grabs me on the opposite end. That's just so you understand, because or else it becomes difficult. That is the first law. And that in the criteria that you have, when the DHS comes, it'll affect me in how many levels? 3 levels. Psyche, the organ in the brain. It is a triangle. Psyche, brain, organ. Psyche is our soul. The brain is the organ that's visible, that's tangible of the brain, and depending on where the touch in the brain, in the focus of Hammer, it'll touch me in a determined organ. So in psyche, brain, organ is an indivisible triangle. Indivisible. That's why we know that when you have a problem in the psyche of what's going on, I don't know where you have the problem in the brain and what organ is affected. The same thing could happen with any vertex. If I know the organ that is affected, I know what problem you have in the psyche and where it is in the brain. If I see a CT scan, I see where the impact of the hammer focus is, and I know what problems I've lived, and I also know what organ is affected. So then the people, when they don't know anything about this, and they come and tell you, I have a type of cancer in the throat, per se, and of course a person that already knows this medicine, which is, they know this entirely, they say, tell me what problem you have. there's a problem that you cannot swallow. And with that, many other things, diabetes or whatever. Very well. So then it's an unbreakable triangle: psyche, brain, and organ. It'll be affected at the same level at the same time. And the sickness will cross and the level of the three until it ends. So when I, as an official doctor, want to cure the organ, I cannot cure it unless I cure what? The psyche and the brain. Do you notice? So then that is the greatest mistake of medicine, to cure the organ without curing the psyche, because what got that sick was the psyche. So then I cannot cure the organ without curing the psyche, because the organ has a problem in a kidney. I take them out, and the problem will go to the other kidney, and they say, oh, it had to get ruined. No, the psychosomatic sicknesses are psychology. And Hammer clarified that it's not those types. It's biological shocks, which is the DHS, that it touches your psyche, the brain, and the organ at the same time. Of course, psychological sickness would be something else. In fact, if we want to use that all the sicknesses are psychological, but we understand it from that point of view, we would understand what you're saying. We could understand that all the cancers are psychological. Why? Because they start in the psyche. But Hammer said that it was a mistake to call it that. But if we understand it that way, that's fine. There's no problem. But Hammer said it's a mistake because it's not something psychological that the individual lives, but it's a shock. Of course, it's not that all of a sudden I want to change, things are not working, and I get cancer. No, exactly. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is why, but if we understand it as if that shock is a part of something psychosomatic, then of course, because at the end of it all, they're all psychosomatic, but it starts with a shock, not with a trauma or with a situation that you want to change. It's a shock. Very well. That is law number one. What is law number two? That every program, SBS, is biphasic, as long as there is a solution to the conflict. There's no solution of the conflict, it won't be biphasic. It'll be a chronic disease. And if there's no solution of the conflict, it will die. The patient will die. The patient dies because they lose the energy. When you're in the active phase, you lose the energy and you end up dying. It's like a rat that wants to run. And then you have the cat behind him, runs. It'll run until it has no more energy. If they don't find the solution for the rat, when they lose the energy, it'll be still, and the cat will eat it. That happens to us when we lose the energy because we're fighting against the cancer, fighting against the situation. We don't solve the problem. What happens? We run out of energy. Every time there's a fight, the energy runs out. That is why the boxers have to train so much, because in one round, they're exhausted already. Because every time you fight, either do something, you lose energy. How do you conserve energy without doing anything? You're not doing anything, you conserve energy. You kick back, you conserve energy. In repose, you conserve energy. When you're active, then there you lose energy. Remember that always. When you're active, you lose energy. When you're in repose, you recover energy. So then, in an active phase, what you're doing is doing away with your vital energy. You have to quickly help. If the person wants to be helped, if they don't want to, then let them live their own experience. We're not here to change the mind of the people. If you have your aunt, uncle, or whomever, and they have a cancer, and I want to explain to you what's going on, and they don't want, then you became something that's more than God. I want you to understand that, because our desire is to save. And who are you? The savior of the world. I want to save my mom. No. I could explain to my mom. She wants to know that there's other methods. She says, no, I want chemotherapy. That's fine. It's her problem. It is her problem. The one that has to learn is her, not me. You're listening to me here and learn what you learned, not because I made you, obligated you. You learned because you want to learn. That is how the whole world will learn, because they want to learn. If the person that does not want to learn and you go and look for them and you tell them, I'm going to explain to you what's going on, even if you try to make them understand, they won't want your advice. You can try to take certain information. Look, I have something that could help you. If you see an interest in the person, it is a good idea to tell them. If there's no interest by the person, tell them, I'll take you to the doctor. When should I take you? Yeah. When you need me to take you to chemotherapy or to surgery, I'll take you. But up until then is where your mission ends. When you go over that and you want to give your will over her and I want to save you, who are you? Jesus Christ. So then it's things that it's things that we're going to talk about. Third law. What does the third law say? Nobody can repeat it to me. It is the system that's ontogenetic of the SBSs, what does this mean? It means that every organ of the body comes from an embryonic layer, which are those of the brain. The first layer, the brainstem, is the endoderm. The second layer is the mesoderm, which we have an old mesoderm and a new mesoderm, and the ectoderm, which are the gray matter part, the cerebral cortex of those four layers. The endoderm, mesoderm, that's old, the new mesoderm, and the ectoderm are all the organs derived. So then it depends on what organ, what part of the brain. I have precisely the hammer focus. It'll be what organ will be affected. So then the old part of the brain, which is the endoderm and the old mesoderm, when I have a conflict, the organ will grow. When I solve the conflict, the organ will ulcerate and decrease. In the new mesoderm and the ectoderm, when I have a conflict, the organ will be ulcerated. And when I solve the conflict, the organ will be repaired. And the organs that are not ulcerated nor grow in that part of the brain, they stop functioning correctly. They will function again correctly. That is all. That is the third law. The fourth law talks about what? Of the ontogenetic system of the bacteria, mycobacteria, and viruses, if they exist in fungi, that all these elements are produced by us ourselves, and that they are our friends, unless we put them in ourselves by force, unless someone modifies them and injects them in us. All these microbes are our friends. Very well. The fifth and last law is the one that we explained last Shabbat, is the fifth essence. The fifth essence is summed up in the para. What for? What are these programs? What are these programs here for? As soon as I see the program, I know what it's for. If I got a lung cancer, and what it is so that I can breathe more, so that I can get more oxygen, because I am scared of dying. And to die means not breathing ever again. And that is what is in our medulla. She expired. Yahweh gave life to the people by breathing life into them. It goes in through the lungs and it leaves through the lungs. Because we say Yahweh gave us life by breathing into us life. But when somebody would die, they say it expired. What expired? So then when I'm afraid, what is the organ that gives me life? The lungs. It starts like crazy because it says here you're scared. And this individual, my owner of the body, this individual is incoherent and is afraid of dying. I'm going to demonstrate that he should not die. So then what do I generate? A bigger lung. That is the incoherence. When should we be afraid? When? Answer me. I've already taught this. When should we be scared? Okay. Never. Let's see if somebody wants to answer. Never. So then when is it correct to be scared? Never. Not even before death itself. Fear, never. With fear, all the sicknesses get worse. Something starts to hurt. I'm so scared. I have a scare. Oh, doctor, what do I have here? What do I have? I think that I'm feeling bad. I'm already scared. You have to eradicate fear. You have to eradicate fear. It is the master of death, per se. Definition of mine, I don't know if it's correct. But death takes you to death. That's the way it is. So you don't want to die, don't be afraid. But I'm afraid of dying, precisely. Precisely, I am afraid of dying. Okay, so then if you don't want to die, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to take fear out. And people say, how? I'm going to take a little bit of sip of this that is getting cold. No, I love it like this. I love it like this. Very well. So then, fear, we don't have any. Once we know Yahweh, and we know that we're children of Him, there's no more fear. There's no more fear. Because we know that if we die, we accept it. Why do we accept it? Because if we are in coherence with Him, it doesn't mean anything about death from us. If we're not in coherence with Him, and we have sins, and we have incoherences, the last thing that I want is for death to grab me, because I am keeping a little sin there, a little sin, or a huge sin. An incoherence with Him, just an incoherence. So then the last thing is for death to grab me, because I am calculating in my mind. Within the time I solve this, I'll solve it. So then I'm having sex, but I'm going to get married in a month from now. Or I'm having sex with the neighbor, but I'll get married with my girlfriend. I have to do something in the meantime. So then that's how man thinks. And so then, or most men, or all men, however you want to take it. But since they do not accept the law of Yahweh, actually, then it leaves that necessity they have. But the last thing is they want is to die there. The last thing is they want is to die right there. All types of infidelities outside of matrimony, they always bring sicknesses and pain in the back. Pain in the lumbar section. All types of things I don't want to say, but it brings precisely that. All types of stealing brings other types of things. And when we break the law of Yahweh, we suffer all types of problems. Very well. So then, fear never. As a son of Yahweh, who's going to give us fear? We should not be scared, not even of ourselves, nor our family or our lineage. Not for the family that's starving to death that we have. Our ascendants. Sometimes, you know, well, I'll tell you, technicality. When in my lung, I have just one cancerous nodule, just one. It means that I am afraid for another person, always. Because I'm not afraid of myself, but I'm afraid for my daughter, mother, father, wife. There's a very delicate situation and could die. If you are afraid for that person's life, you generate a cancerous nodule in the lung, just one. Now, if it's fear for me, it's a lot. Many of them. We're more important. It is multiple nodules, so then that takes place in many organs. That is a technicality that I'm telling you. If a doctor discovers just one, it is fear for another person. If they discover a lot of them, it's fear for myself. Okay, very well. So then, the fifth essence, the fifth law is the what for. The what for. Very well. And now I'm going to talk to you a little bit. I'm going to talk to you just a little bit, because this is fascinating, rather. But be careful, because there's a lot of bad information online, very bad information online. And you can get confused, because actually, I'm not afraid for you, but you can be confused quickly, because by thinking that I said something, and you look for all types of information, you're going to find all types of information. It's like saying, I believe in Revelation. I showed you something. You look for all types of information of the Revelation. What are you going to find that's true? Nothing. Just like that, nothing. Because you're going to interpret the facts in one way, and another person in a different way. Other people say that it's already fulfilled in every point of the Revelation. Now, on this point that I'm going to talk about, many have different opinions. And be very careful. Now, I'm going to give you the softest possible way. And you get your own conclusions, okay? But do not get crazy with what I'm about to say. No, don't lose any sleep over it. Don't let your worry to cause you to fear. Or not fear, but anxiety, for example. Very well, I'm going to talk about the transgenerational project and the project of sense. What takes place with us? Transgenerational, which I'll just go very lightly into, has very interesting things, but Actually, if we go into a very delicate subject and the project of sense, I'll go even deeper into that. But before I'll read Exodus 21 through 6, I'll read from the Jerusalem 2001 because it has some words that are better said than in the Spanish RV 1960. Exodus 21 through 6. Jerusalem 2001 reads as follows. And everybody imagine what I'm going to read, part of the heart itself of the law, the Holy Covenant. Elohim pronounced these words. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which I have taken you out of the country of Egypt. The slavery place. What does Yahweh do with his people? Liberate them. Is he not liberating us completely from the whole medical system of everything? Ye shall not have other gods or Elohim outside of me. You shall not get any sculptures or any images of what there is in heaven above, below on earth, or in the waters below the earth. You shall not lay prostrate towards them, nor shall you render worship to them, nor have an image, with everything that means. But that is not today's subject. We talked about this. Because I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am one jealous God, that I punish the iniquity or the sin or the wickedness of the fathers in the children. This is something that we've never really comprehended well. How is it that Yahweh punishes the iniquity of the fathers in the children? If the one who sinned was the father, why does he punish the child? And there's another commandment that says that Yahweh does not judge the son because of the sin of the father. So then, but what is it telling us here? Pay attention. That I punish the iniquity or wickedness of the parents in the children, not just there, unto the third and fourth generation. So then, person sins, and that sin goes to the son, and the son to his son, and his son to his son. And so then we're talking about now about the great-grandfather as the father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, fourth generation. Yahweh says that I punish the iniquity of the father on the children till the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Oh, those who hate Yahweh, there's something special in them. But I have mercy for 1,000 generations, which is something that has never happened on earth, 1,000 generations at all, 1,000 generations, with those who love me and keep my true commandments. In other words, Yahweh says that he punishes the sin of the fathers unto the fourth generation of those who hate him. But those who love him, he is merciful for 1,000 generations. In this world, we may not have more than 100 generations or 200 generations. I already told you one time, I can't remember how many generations I've told you. If a person, to understand it in generations, if a person has a child when he's 30 years old, let's say, then when he begets something at 30 years old, that's the second generation of that family we're talking about, of that family, second generation. And at 30 years old. So then divide 6,000 divided by 30. Quickly. 6,000 divided by 30 gives you 1,000. No, 2,000. Right? 2,000. So then it'd be 200, right? 200 generations. So then if we divide every 30 years that they're engendering 30, we have 200 generations. In this world, there's not 200 generations. Because the first one engendering Noah, 500 years old. That we have 500 years, not 30. So then 200 is way too many. Do you understand? And Yahweh says that for 1,000. For 1,000. So then, if the lineage loves Yahweh, he is merciful. If the lineage hates Yahweh, he is vengeful and punishes to the third and fourth generation. Very well. What does this mean? We're about to explain it. Let's go to Exodus 34, 5 through 7. Exodus 34, 5 through 7. Also in the Jerusalem 2001, I'll read it. It reads as follows. Yahweh descended in a cloud and stood with him there, next to Moses, that is. And Moses proclaimed the name of Yahweh, and Yahweh passed by before him and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh, Elohim, merciful and gracious, long suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for 1,000 generations, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will no means clear the guilty. So then he says that he forgives for 1,000 generations, but by no means clear the guilty. Revelation and sin, you'll have your consequences. That punishes, here comes the other part, visiting the iniquity. Before he said iniquity, now he says guilt. Punishes what? The guilt. Pay attention. Punishes the guilt of the fathers upon the children. It says punishes the guilt in the children. Punishes the guilt of the fathers in the children and upon the children's children, as it is written, the children and in the children's children, unto the third and to the fourth generation. The guilt of my great-grandfather, I may have it, yes. Of my great-grandfather, yeah, and my grandpa, also, and my dad, certainly. What guilt do I have of theirs? Yahweh's telling you, this is nothing discovered now. Yahweh's telling it to you. I punish the guilt of the fathers and the children and the great-grandchildren to the third and fourth generation. But of those who love me, is that what he says? I have mercy or for 1,000 generations by eternity. That's 1,000 generations, eternity. 1,000 generations. It says although, he says, he leaves a but, although, but, it says they're not going to be clear of guilt, so then they love me, but if they make a mistake, they'll pay for it. Also, even though I'm merciful, but of those who hate me, I punish them to the third and fourth generation. Okay. We come from at least 4 generations of Christians. Do we agree with all this? Do we agree or not? We all come from Christianity, whatever it might be, Catholic, Adventist, no matter. A Catholic does not hate Yahweh. Does a Catholic hate Yahweh? No Christian hates Yahweh. No matter if they think it's Yahweh, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, that doesn't matter. Nobody hates Yahweh. Do you understand, right? So then, who hates Yahweh? I'll tell you who does. Those who hate Yahweh were the peoples who would fight against Israel. Israel will come, and all the rest, the Ammonites, the Jebusites, the Philistines, all those peoples that are all those types of people, the Hittites, the atheists, the globe heads, all those that have those types of names, all those, the sons of NASA, the evolutionists, all those peoples, they hate Yahweh or not. Are you going to find someone from NASA saying, blessed be Yahweh, Yahweh is my shepherd and I'll see him in the moon? No, they believe in evolution. Of course. Go and see him closer. In fact, they said we're closer and there's nothing here. In fact, they show you pictures. There's nothing here. They said God was above you. That's just a lie from the Bible. There's just planets and planets. We're going around the sun. And they're like, and nobody's coming to rescue you. We, the NASA, are the conquerors and pathfinders of space. All those groups, they hate Yahweh. Do you see? The Christians don't. The Christians don't. So then, why did Yahweh have mercy with us? I want you to understand. Okay. Because we come from families that do not hate Yahweh. Maybe your dad hates Yahweh, atheist, but not your mom. And the grandfather was not atheist, or the grandmother was, but you have a Christian family. You cannot deny that. You don't come from an atheist family that even your great-grandfather was atheist, because I can assure you, you would not be here. You would not be here, so then. That is the principle, the main principle, to hate Yahweh or accept Yahweh, and all the Christians completely accept Yahweh. Now, all the Orientals and all the rest, I'm not going to get with them because they don't know Yahweh, and if they don't know Him, they don't hate Him either. Do you understand? Okay, nobody can hate something they don't know, that we're not allowed to know, okay? But all the atheists here, they all know Yahweh. They were from this side first to then become rebellious against those who taught them about Yahweh. So then, what am I trying to explain with this? What I'm trying to explain is that we are in the group of those who have mercy, even though we are not going to be left unpunished. But the principle is as follows. Yahweh says that that there is a guilt that will be passed on from generation to generation, at least to the fourth generation. So then the hate of Yahweh says that we will be manifested in the son, in the grandson, and in the great-grandson. Do you see this? Very well. In the Torah, not even in the Bible, in the Torah, Yahweh gave us a principle that there is something that has been transmitted to the fourth generation, okay? Transgenerationism. Yahweh could have said, I punish wickedness transgenerationally. He could have perfectly well said, because there's the son, the grandson, and the great-grandson, same thing. So then, what is transgenerationism? It is our tree upwards. My mom and dad, my two grandparents, and my four great-grandparents. That is my transgeneration. I could go above that too. In other words, I don't want to delete this, but I want to make it very small. In our tree, a triangle is represented, the male, man, and a round is the woman. So then, I do not want to delete this. If I am here, and I'm a man, so then I have a dad and a mom. This is divided in turn into a dad and a mom, every one. And now I'm done with the tree because I don't have space. This is just so you understand it, give or take. You have a dad and a mom. Very well. I could have made the triangle the other way, but it's easier, same thing. And these two have here a dad. Let's put it the other way, a mom and a dad. And everyone has a dad and a mom. This one also has a mom and a dad, whatever. But here I form. I didn't have space, so then it was whatever. Here is my tree. I am here, my mom and dad, my 4 grandparents, and my 8 great-grandparents. Did you understand? Very well. And just imagine if I go a generation upwards. So then Yahweh says that their sin goes to me. What? No, because it's exactly right there for the video. Precisely. Where do you not see it in the video? Yeah, you do see it. Oh. Okay. Well, you can't see it because of this, right? No. well, up ahead. We can't do it right now. It's like this like that. Give or take. The line's like this. Everybody's worried completely. Well, you can see it a little better there. You can see it a little better. Okay, very well. So then what's important is that every one of us to know that behind us there's a great tree. And we are the fruit. A little fruit like this. We are the result of this whole mix. And we carry with all the problems of theirs. Some visible and some not so much. That we would not exist if it weren't for them. What we are, we come to be that. So then, I don't want to get into transgeneralism a lot, but there are things, because I'm about to go into the project of sense, but depending on my name, I could have a dual in the tree. And what do I call dual? A person that I'm going to repeat what they lived, their experiences. Because life and Yahweh wants it so. You've seen that Yahweh punishes sin to the fourth generation, but that is something that Yahweh and those that he loves, he visits them to number 1,000. He has mercy. But everything that we are comes from our parents. Everything. How do we act? So then, all of a sudden, we could be terrified about water. And every time we go into water, we cannot, because it seems that we're going to drown. We never drown. Never something happened, but we feel that we're going to drown as soon as we step into it. Maybe somebody in your tree, somebody drowned, your grandpa, your grandfather, somebody, or almost drowned, and they saved them. That memory is written in our DNA. In our cells. Our cells, as I've already explained, when they make science, that is, they try to match in the DNAs of every one of us in our own cells at a genetic level, even the most precise and the smallest way, it has a small percentage that's useful. Very small, 5%. Can't remember 5% or 10. Same thing. Very small. The rest, let's suppose it's 20%, just to be sure, 20% legible in the codes. The 80% they call garbage. It is the genes junk, because they don't know how to read it and they don't understand the thing. So then when you match at a genetic DNA, see if you're the son of your father or whomever, or whose these cells are, you could read a small percentage. The rest is considered junk. Just like that, junk entirely. That's what they call it, junk. It's not that I'm saying whatever. It is called junk gen. Junk gen is no good, they say. Precisely right there in that junk, which is reprogrammable, and they've already discovered it from Hummer and other great scientists. They discovered that they could program it just as programmable as something in the computer in every gen of ours. They program the whole family history, and they program everything they've lived as if it were ours. Something that's so astonishing. It's something so astonishing that we could have dreams that we are our great-grandma, because in the gene is written the information of the exact precise thing that she lived, and through hypnosis we could live that experience that she lived as if we had lived it ourselves in first person. Do you understand? It's part of our genetics. It's kind of like a pen drive charged with information, but not the ones that we know, of a capacity that is unknown to the world. They put the whole story of your family and they plug it in. Where did they plug it in? In our cells themselves. In that part where it says that it's the junk part of the gene, then All of a sudden, we're afraid of the water. We don't know why. And then speaking with our mother, they say, oh, because Grandpa almost drowned one day. And not just that, a whole bunch of allergies. What am I trying to say? A whole bunch of problems that we could experience now come from behind. We didn't do anything, participate in that. But we get the effects either way. Do you understand? Do you understand what a generation that hates Yahweh, father, mother, grandfather that hate Yahweh, how can the grandchildren come out with a genetic charge that they are programmed there that they cannot break? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why Yahweh says he will hate them and punish them because there's no other way, because there's nothing good in that genetic charge. Nothing good. But we that come from all that, there was a whole bunch of things written. Jehovah written there, Trinity, obviously. So then to come out of Trinity, oh well, since it's programmable, we could change it. See, that's what happens. I want you to understand. It's reprogrammable and we can change it. That is what you should know. But you got to know how to change it. And generally, already becoming conscious, we could start to change it already by knowing what I'm saying. So then, transgenerationalism comes to indicate to me that I could be suffering a lot of problems, fears, phobias, and a whole bunch of illnesses that never belong to me, but rather to somebody in the tree. If I have the same name, just like my grandmother, I am my grandmother, because to top it off, I am. When a father names their son with their own name, they condemn them to give him all his. It's something that they should never do. But of course, one says, and now, it was best thing that happened to you to have your name until you know this. Is the best thing that this could have happened, because the worst thing that happens to you is the best. Answer me. The worst thing that happens to you, what? Is the best thing that could happen to you. So then if your father put his name on you, you already know that you have all his sins and problems, his secrets, every family secret, like abortions, deaths, infidelities, everything, murders. If the father deceives the wife, cheats on her, and only he knows, the son knows it in his subconscious, because he has it written himself. It's all written. We're an open book, just like that, an open book. You thought that you only knew? No. We are writing, and then what we send to our son. So then, all the sins from my grandpa, all my grandpa's sins, I know them subconsciously. I know them consciously. I never even saw him. I don't know what happened. I never even know any of my grandparents, or don't even mention great-grandparents, but in my mind, I know them all, because I have the information of the whole tree entirely, because Yahweh clearly tells you he punishes the guilt of the parents and the great-grandchildren and the sons and the great-grandchildren, third, fourth generation. Yahweh says he punishes the guilt of the parents, not that what the children did themselves, of the parents. The guilt is there. Do you understand? The guilt is even in the great-grandchildren. So then I act in a way that I don't know why, but I entirely received an information that does not belong to me. It belongs to my tree. And to top it off, I received something else, that I have to be faithful to the clan. Because in biology, I have to be faithful to the clan. In biology, I have to be faithful to the clan. If I'm not faithful to the clan, I am a black sheep that has to be separated from the fold. Because in a fold, one follows the leader. The whole family follows the leader. When one separates himself from the flock, what is he doing? Renouncing that flock. So then biologically, we have a innate fidelity to the flock. And you're faithful to your great-grandpa, grandpa, and your father, faithful. And that fidelity becomes a problem that's so great that your great-grandparents, your your parents puts problems to you that they could not solve so that you can solve them. Why did Yahweh do this? I'll explain why Yahweh did this. So that we can learn the things in what they failed. So then we receive, I'll tell you something that maybe you cannot believe it, but it is so. Lady is raped. She never gets over that. She never gets over that. She never gets over that. Has a trauma. She has a daughter. The daughter maybe, it's possible that she is doomed to get raped. And if not the daughter, the great-granddaughter. Why? Because life will repeat the situation when you get over it. She should have changed that, cut away with that change. If she had acted in one way, forgiven the rapist, I'll talk about that later, how to forgive the rapist. But if you have a pending account of within that you have not forgiven or that have not fixed, you're condemning your clan that they live the same situation one time and over again until somebody fixes that situation. It's pending. I write it in the genetics, and I pass it to my daughter, granddaughter, to great-granddaughter. But somebody will have to solve what the great-grandma could not solve. Somebody will have to solve that problem. So then we carry a whole bunch of things that we have to solve that are not ours, but actually they help us. If you see it from the point of view, the worst thing that can happen to us is the best. To start to change. Children should be a lot better if we become conscious now, and their children should be a lot better if they become conscious now. That is what transgenerationalism is. I could talk to you a lot about this because we have ghost. What is a ghost? I don't think it's a malign spirit. What I refer to. What I'm referring to, somebody that died here, if my grandma had, or my mom, or I don't know, just say my grandpa or great-grandma, they had a son that died, and she never mourned for that child. What is it to mourn? I'll tell it to you in 2 minutes. To cry for the son, you bury them, and put an end to the chapter. If I still have pain over my son that died, is that I have never really mourned for him. Mourn is, life goes on, and when I think about him, I get happy. I don't cry. I get happy. If I cry for my dead son, is that I did not mourn him yet. So then I'll never heal, and I am condemning my clan to have kids die so that they heal. I'm condemning them. And all our accidents that we have, we generate them to precisely comply with certain things, believe it or not. It is so. It is absolutely so. And when they go to the decoding classes, you can help all the people that become conscious. You cannot help those who don't. So then, if I have kin that did not mourn for their son, I could be carrying the dead. Because nobody mourned, and they write it in my DNA. It's not a spirit, okay? Blah, here comes the spirit. No. They write it in the DNA to be sad. It's a guy that's always sad. It's always sad. You don't even know why. They go to the doctor, doesn't have anything, but the guy's always depressed with a depression. Like if something changes, something modifies his life. Yeah, you have a dead person on his back, symbolically, until he notices that in his tree that he can comprehend through the symptoms and mourns for that and let it go, because it has to leave the psyche, because the dead person does not exist, but they wrote it to you as if he does exist. If I were to tell you, like Santa Claus never existed, but the guy would take him and he was terrified. Do you understand what I'm saying? So then we all carry him here. So then although our great-grandparents, my mom, I have a whole bunch of problems to solve. And it is my opportunity of fixing their problems. What they could not solve, I have to solve them myself. But Yahweh gives me that opportunity. I have it all from the scripture's point of view, not from of those decoders that believe in, I don't know, reincarnation or whatever. That's why the Jews in the Talmud, they believe in reincarnation. Why? Do you think? Because it says that your great-grandparents, they are born in you again to fix the problems. Because if they hypnotize you, you can have memories of past lives very clearly. And they say, oh, you don't have to believe us. It only takes for you to experience it. When you experience a past life that you don't know who it is, then you're going to notice that reincarnation exists. But of course, we could see it from this point of view. What exists is a memory. If I access that memory, I live it as myself, and I would think that it's me, but it's a written memory. Do you understand? And I can live my whole life of the individual like that. I live certain scenes. So then the people said, oh, but I was a soldier in the Middle Ages, and they killed me. He says, okay, try to live all the life of that soldier. You cannot. He lives a scene, like in first person, feeling everything, of course, because it's written here. All the memories that they wrote to me, I could live them in first person as if actually it was me there, as if my great-grandfather was there or somebody from the Middle Ages is me. Because the people are convinced that, yes, reincarnate and over again. But wait. But if the memory is written in our cells, and if I access it through a system like hypnosis to that written memory, and I push play on that memory, I'm going to live that little part that was written in me, not my whole life, but that little part, which generally are the most intense ones, what is recorded. Because those that are happy, you don't record a fuck of it. It's just a shocks. People say, oh, they're killing me, now I'm a woman. Because those who believe that, they are deceived because of that reason. They understand. So then they're killing me. Then I came out of the body and I see myself dead and it's over. And I go to another life. But why can't you live that whole life? You can't live that whole life. You live little parts. That is what it means. That we're doing replay to certain memories that we have. And when we push play, we live them in first person. That is something magnificent. I could push play, but what my dad felt when he was begetting me, what my dad thought when he was begetting me. Here, I have, not here, but every one of you has exactly who your father is. Even if they never told you who your father is, you know who your father is. We all know how your father looks, everything. Because your father, when he begat, you gave you all his information, everything. So you can access what your father felt, what your mother felt, what your grandmother felt when she was begetting your mom. Because a woman, when she's born, not when she's born, I'll go back. When a woman, when she is conceived, let's suppose she's a woman, right? She's conceived, and she already has formed all the eggs that her ovaries will utilize in life, all of them formed. The woman's not going to be forming the eggs when she develops in life. When she's conceived and is a woman, she already has all the eggs. Okay? Very well. Think about this. I am an egg that was conceived in my mother's womb, right? Because my dad placed, and I hope it's my dad, right? Until you don't live that and do not have the certainty. I think I look like my dad. So then really it's completely. So then my dad placed the sperm there, and that egg that became me. I'll place myself in that example. You should do the same. That sperm that penetrated, or that egg allowed that sperm to enter, and we formed what we are today. When did it start to live, that egg? When did that egg start to live? Where I was formed. When my grandmother had sex with my grandpa. And my mom was conceived. That's where I was, and every one of you. So then when we say that we have like 31, 32 years, or 18, because I could say that I'm 18 years old, and you may better believe it. Yeah, because the more age you believe yourself, the older you get. because it's recorded in your mind that we have so many years, and past those years, we cannot live anymore because you die. If you have that memory, it's kind of like a diagnosis. You have 70 years old. You're almost playing the harp. 80. You're pretty much, it's on borrowed time, but it says you're taking up our oxygen. You should be somewhere else. Don't take up our oxygen. But if I start to think I'm not 80, I'm 40, what happens? But not just to think it, believe it. What would happen? Interesting, don't you think? Very interesting, because how did the people live so long before? One thing is that they didn't have incoherences, and the other is that they didn't have anything programmed. We have been programmed that it's maximum 70, even in the Bible. In fact, that we have to die because the reward of sin is death. But it's also said somewhere else other than Paul. So then if we know something is that we're going to die, this is our certainty. But what happens if we no longer believe that we're going to die? What happens? We don't believe that, and we no longer care. And instead of complying, we start going backwards. What would happen with our biology? Because you create when you believe. If I believe the doctor, his diagnosis, I'm going to die, what happens? I'll die. If he says you're going to die in 6 months, I'll die in 6 months if I believe him. If I don't believe him, I won't die. Now, if I were to believe all the statistics that says 70 years old, you die, I'm already preparing my bags for 70. No matter how well I feel. Look, President Bush just died. Father, senior, he was 94 years old. 94 years old. He died. I told you that he would die. Did I not tell you? But I told you, because his wife died in January of this year. In January, his wife, Barbara Bush, died. Poor old man. He says he's going to leave after that because that couple, they were almost at 74 years old. We could criticize about the guy. 74 years old, married to Barbara Bush. That president, it was the one that is the longest marriage in time. And Barbara died, and then he died. How barbarous. How barbarous. That is what happens. Something happens that since we are programmed, it says from 4 years old, you're going to start feeling old. They always told me that. Well, 40 years old, I'm going to start feeling old, and I start to feel old. Why do I feel old? I should feel great. No, I'm 40 years old. You can't feel well. Of course. And you get to 50 years old, they said, no, there you feel really bad. And all your great-grandparents died of prostate cancer, and so you have to be operated yourself. What? Yeah, at 40 years old, my mom said. Because, look, your grandpa had prostate cancer, your dad had to operate, all your uncles, prostate less. You think you're going to be the exception, Christian? No. From your two grandparents' prostate, your dad, who was the most holy man of them all, my mom said, he got operated after the other, his brothers. At 40, they had problems at 40. Your dad got to 45. I said, what? I said, how angry that makes me in prostate. I didn't believe anything, but I don't have any problem with the prostate, not in the very least, nor will I. If I'm not incoherent, I won't. There are situations that are incoherent, but the idea is not to have it. Do you understand? The idea is not to have it. So then, the grandparents transmit to me their information. I believe it, or I don't believe it, or I didn't even know which it is, but it comes up in me, but not at a biological level, but rather I'll have their emotions. I want you to understand. They cannot transmit to me prostate. So then in the genetics, I look at 40, your prostate's going to grow. No, they cannot transmit that. They do not transmit the SBSs, but rather the emotions. So then what emotion can I receive from them? Sex is bad. Sex is nauseous. Be careful with sex. Do not exceed yourself with it. Do you see? So then if I don't know how to fix their problems, because they all had a prostate. Somebody has to come in the family not to have problems with the prostate. to fix it to all those old guys. Because if I have prostate problems, I give it on to my son Brian, and all the same, someone in the clan has to be the brave one and to say, this is over. I cure this. I heal this would be the word. I heal this. Very well. I could talk to you a lot about the transgenerational tree. So then, as I've told you, if you have a name which is your grandparents' names, notice the dates, who was born on that date, and you'll find a double. For example, only one example I'll show you when I learned this, and I asked Angelina to give me permission to show this of a double, that when I comprehended that, I said, wow, my mom was born January 8th. Her name is Evangelina Silva. She has a son, which is I, right? And she's left-handed. Lefty, left-handed. She's dominant and all the rest. Dominant, territorial, and all the drama that left-handed women have. Her son makes a son. And to top it off, she's the eldest in the family. Her son makes a son, begets a project of a son, who is born Angelina, the 9th of January. Not the 8th, but the 9th one. She's left-handed. And her dad has not the least idea of calling her Angelina instead of Evangelina Angelina. Not because of my mom, but because my grandma's name, who's Angela. So then, but she, due to a birth date and a name that is Evangelina, like unto Angelina, she has to relive all the conflict that my mom had. She has to live them. And she has to know how to deal with them and better them. Good thing she knows that now. If she didn't, she's blind in her life. But I've told her, give or take what the conflicts are. And I've told her what my mom had, just so she's forewarned and to know what will happen to her, what she has in her mind. Do you understand what I'm saying? But notice the coincidence. Same day, because the date is 10 days before, 10 days after. Same day, practically the same name, left-handed, first daughter. I mean, it's just like a copy, as if my mom was reborn in her. But I, with Leslie, deposited a whole bunch of burdens on her that are written in me, and that I have the need, because I'm loyal to the clan, to pass it on. To top it off, we're loyal to the clan. Unconsciously loyal to the clan, we pass on the burden. And Leslie also gave her own burdens. Also, the other grandma's name, Victoria. So then she has to deal with not just one, but of many. Aside from all the problems that the mom and dad have, aside from that, so then that is what we are. A conjunction of drama. An endless drama in our life. We start to think where we got ourselves into. So then, for example, me and Leslie, or Leslie and I, or me and Leslie, or Leslie and I, we are soul mates. But a soul mate in the strictest sense of all decoding. We were born on the same day, and to top it off, we got married. By being born on the same day, we are twin souls, as if we were born from the same womb, in different parts of the earth. But when I found her and she found me, we noticed that we were soulmates. Because, well, I'm not going to explain to you how you understand soulmates. It's people that have the same symphony in almost everything, and when they see each other, they're best friends. For example, I don't know, they're the best friends in something that's a type of soulmate. But with Leslie, we're soulmates, but I didn't design that. Who did? Yahweh did. I could say that it's not even by design. It's his, right? It's his. Very well. do not get too crazy with everything that I'm saying, but it's just to open your minds. So then we carry with all the problems, but I could care less about the tree. I care more about other things. But before continuing on with the tree, I'll show you what Yahweh does with the tree. Lech lecha. Do you remember what that means? What does that mean? Exactly. To leave for yourself. Leave for yourself. Very well. For yourself. Okay, let's go to Bereshit 12:1. Bereshit 12:1 reads as follows. But Yahweh had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred. That get out of thy country means unto yourself. Lech lecha. Lech lecha in Hebrew is leave yourself unto yourself. But from where? What do you have to leave behind? Your land. Wow. Your land and your father's house. Your transgenerational tree. Leave. How? Lord, I have to leave my land. Yes. And I have to leave my tree, which is precisely the kindred. Yes, Yahweh says, or else you can't be who you are. You have to leave it. Leave from your land and your father's house and your kindred, specifically your father's house. I can't take my dad. No. You take your dad with you. It takes all the problems that your father has. No. Unto the land that I will show thee. That is Lech Lecha. Jeremiah 16:19 that we've always read, Nakar Kalonga series. Yahweh, my strength and my stronghold, my refuge in the day of tribulation, unto thee shall come all the peoples from the ends of the earth, and shall only lies were inherited from my fathers. What? Only garbage, lies, shit was the inheritance of our fathers. Only that. Poop. All poop. So then the inheritance that I have from my fathers is what? Nothing but poop that I have to clean up. Just like that. Poop that I have to clean up. But how many times did we read this and now we'll see this even different? Genetically, we received the poop also. Not that they gave us a piece of shit religion. They gave us a genetic burden, which is a shit completely. It says only lies was the inheritance of our fathers. Vanity to which there is no avail. So then what I inherited from my fathers has to no avail. What do I have to do? Lech lecha. Luke 14:25 through 26. Let us read Yeshua's direct words. Luke 14:25 through 26 reads as follows. And there were great multitudes with him. And he turned. There was a lot of people. That were there, didn't know who they were following. Yeshua says, you speak very interesting. No man has ever spoken like you. You do miracles. How pretty. There was great multitudes. And turning, he said unto them, so then, if great multitudes follow you, there's a small problem. There's a small problem. He turned and said unto them, if any man come unto me, not just anyone follow me, if any man come unto me, and hate not his father, what? And mother, my mom, wife, my wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yeah, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. That's where only 12 people stayed with him. Great multitude got the fuck out of there. How am I going to hate my father or my mother? People are burying their dead in their mind. Yeshua said, leave the dead, bury their dead. Do you understand what Yeshua is saying? They're dead. Exactly. Don't bury them yourself. Don't carry yourselves with the carcasses. It says, let the dead bury their dead. Now you understand the bad words of Yeshua. We have a lot of carcasses on our backs. Guilt. How much guilt do I have from my whole genealogical tree? They didn't give me love, beauty. No. They gave me guilt. The dramatic things, that's what they gave me. There you go. Take this. I couldn't solve this. Let's see if you solve them. What? Oh, yeah. There you go. The little problems. Exactly. Little problems. Little problems says we didn't know what to do. Let's see if you solve it. Very well. So then, and when Yeshua says, he that does not hate father and mother, the word says is to renounce, just so you understand. Yeshua says, if you do not renounce father, mother, but we do renounce, we cannot find Yeshua. If we continue with our mother behind, we can't do it. We can't follow Yeshua. If we have our father behind us or our entire tree behind us, we can't. I'm about to speak about the Sense Project. Who knows about this? Ever heard about this? Those who started to look up decoding may be found out. The Sense Project is discovered by Marc Frechet, who was a Frenchman, psychologist, who knows Hummer. He starts to treat a whole bunch of people with the new medicine, and he started to cure a whole bunch of people. I'm not going to tell you exactly the numbers, but then he started to divide the people, those who received chemotherapy, and those that he treated just by talking to them with the word. Those who received radiation, 5 years, I don't remember how long it took, 2 or 3 years or 5 years, I can't remember. They had a mortality rate that was 3 times more than those who didn't receive anything but the word. Very well. Marc Frechet was a guy that was very special. He wrote a letter when Hammer was in court saying, I have the evidence of everything that Dr. Hummer's saying, and it's completely the truth. It's the only truth there is. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but we could look it up online if you could care about it. But it's not today's case. But when the guy was about to write an entire thesis in a book, according to Dr. Hummer, he was murdered in the hospital. The official story is this. According to medicine, he got cancer in his femur. So then he went to get treatment for the pain of femur cancer and died at the hospital. Hammer said he perfectly well knew, and we talked about his bone cancer. He was in the process of healing. That's why it was hurting. He had reevaluated himself, and that is why he was recalcifying that and had a lot of pain. And one of those pains, Hammer says, he went to the hospital because maybe he broke himself because of the pain. Things hurt. So then they took advantage there and they give him morphine. When you give morphine to a patient like that, you kill him. There's no reason to die due to a femur cancer, obviously. But they give him morphine, and that was the death cause. Hammer said he's the first martyr of the new Germanic medicine, and to him it had been homicide entirely. Doesn't matter. He was 50 years old, Marc Frechet was, but I'll tell you his story. He was born in 1947 as a paradox when they signed the order to rebuild the state of Israel. And as a paradox, he dies in the year in 1998. So then at 50 years old, January of 98, so then he gets to 50 years old, and according to Hummer, he was murdered. What does he have to do with anything here? Well, he is a psychoanalyst, and he starts to notice the behavior that he has. So then he starts to relate his life. He had been begotten because his mom and his dad, it was in the year 46 when the war was over in France, and his dad was working fixing the telephone poles, did connections, and his mom was a drug seller and a drug addict. All of a sudden, find the mother and they suspect the mother and they go and make a case against the mother, and the mother calls his dad, who they were married, and says, look, the best thing we can do is to have a son, because if I am pregnant, the judge will be benevolent. Since I'm pregnant, give me a lesser case. For 3 days, he says, we had sex like crazy, and I was born. In other words, the parents, right? When the mother becomes pregnant, she has her appointment with the judge, who turned out to be a woman, and the woman judge sends her to jail for 9 months. Pardon me, for 18 months. Not 9 months, 18 months. So then he lives all the pregnancy in jail, and when he's born, he is born in jail and lives 9 months in jail. So then he says, I was 18 months of my life in jail, 9 in my mother's womb, and then when I was born. When it's exactly 18 months of being in jail, they let her out. In jail, it says that all the women wanted to have him and carry him, and all the women would take care of him in the first 9 months of life. He didn't pay much attention to this. He was born, he studied, and married another young student, his wife. When they get married, his wife becomes a quadriplegic, paralyzed from the head down. When they got married on their wedding night, he says, what happened here? There was no accident, nothing. No, the wife got married, became quadriplegic. So then her dad says, oh, this made me remember something. When she was born, they grabbed her with forceps, and she dislocated a vertebrae. They fixed it later, but caused for that for 18 months, she was completely immobilized. That baby was 18 months without moving anything. After the 18 months, he recovered all his movement. So then as soon as he was born, 18 months, completely quadriplegic, and then recovered the movement. So then Mark Frechet said, if this is so, then maybe in 18 months, a year and a half, she'll all of a sudden recover. And then he got together with his wife. He was studying in the meantime, and this is where he discovered the Sense Project here. He dedicates his wife to get his conclusion. It's continuing to work, and at 18 months exactly, his wife recovers everything. Completely everything. At this time, he noticed something, that we come and exist through a project that's previous. Our whole existence is based in a project that has a sense to it. That's why it's called Sense Project. Not Project and Sense. It's Sense Project. Not just that, but rather he discovered that in biology they are cellular biological cycles, that he called them CBCM, cellular memorized biological cycles, like this girl that she recovered at 18 months. That is kept memorized, and at some point in time the subconscious fires out that program. When she got married, because he said, so then when a person marries and they want to start over, it's like if they were reborn. So then they noticed there was a new life, they were reborn, and once again she was paralyzed. Never before did she have anything, nor now, but her brain paralyzed her, period. So then he noticed that patterns are repeated. If something happens to me 5 years old, I'll have it at 10, and then at 15, 20, 25, 30. If it's something extremely grave at 10, then at 20 again, if not 20, it'll be at 40. Because it says that the dramatic events are stored at a cellular level with an exact time. That is why he started to relate everything and notice that even the births are programmed by the subconscious. That's why Angelina was born in the date that she was born. She was born in any date. She had to be born in that date because my mind programs that. Programs it in the whole sense project, and the sense project of the parents could be both conscious as subconscious, both at the same time. I want to have something for something, but my subconscious mind needs to have something for something. So then, when we talk about sense project and about the biological cellular memorized cycles, and I've mentioned this already, I'm not going to touch on it. When we talk about the sense project, what I care about it is precisely what happens to all of us. For example, Mark Frechet said the sense project begins 9 months before the conception. Everything that happens in the life of the mother and of the father 9 months before the conception is the special lapses of which the project starts to have sense again. So then, and that could be even more. Minimum is 9 months because there's people that look for children for 3 years, 5 years looking for a child to have a baby. So then 9 months is that I'm going to just round up for a year before the conception. And he says that it goes up until a year after the conception, but afterwards through another psychologist, and they noticed how this was working. It goes up to 3 years after conception. So then a child, when they're conceived, in the sense project a year before they exist, a year before conception, and 3 years after conception. So then we're talking about 4 years. Okay, a period of 4 years. So then a year before, prior to conception or the birth, a year prior to birth and conception, until 3 years afterwards, it could be a period of 3 to 5 years. I don't want to define it, because there's a lot of opinions, but the time doesn't matter. But we have to understand this as follows. Because according to who you study, they'll say, no, it's exactly 9 months to 3 years. Another one says, no, it's 2 years to 3 years. Don't pay attention to that. Just pay attention to this. That we come to existence due to a project of the parents, and that project we become. We had never thought about it that way, but it is absolutely so. So then, the preparation. What do I mean with the preparation of something? Do they look for it or not? I could be looking for a child, to have a child, or the mother could be looking to have a child or not. It's conscious or subconscious. So then I want to explain this. If a couple wants to have a child, desperately so, it is already a project of, I want a baby. If a couple is not looking for a child, and all of a sudden they become pregnant, it's a project of, I don't want a baby, but I got pregnant. Do you understand? Very well. Sometimes the mother consciously wants to get pregnant, but her subconscious says no. And she becomes pregnant, her subconscious eliminates that because it takes into faction a lot of things, and even a transgenerational burden, and even the beliefs that she has now, and then the subconscious says there's not a time for this child to be born, and eliminates it. These are the miscarriages. It is not the mother consciously doing so, but subconsciously doing so. So then, subconsciously, maybe we don't want children, and consciously we want children, and we're sterile, because your organisms know you will not have children. And generally, the burden of being sterile, there's a problem in the tree. There are rapes, abuse, in your grandma or great-grandma, and you have to fix whatever happened to her. In their thought, it says, it's dangerous to be a woman because they abuse you. It's better that you don't have children because I had my child and my dad or my husband didn't take care of him and died, for example. And so that comes subconsciously in the memory. I received that without even know the story or anything. That doesn't matter. It's in cellularly there at a cellular level. So subconscious says don't have children because man killed them. Don't have children because it's dangerous. So then my subconscious closes the capacity to have children. And it can only be opened by deleting that memory from the tree. Do you understand? Well, that happens in an infinite quantity of problems. I just gave you an example of being sterile. Very well. So then a mom wants to have children because she has a barren problem. A mother does not want to have children, but her subconscious says it is necessary to have children for some reason or another, and she becomes pregnant. And she even takes care of herself, and she gets pregnant. In fact, people have written to me, people who are listening, that have told me, my mom was wearing the diaphragm. And with that and all, she was pregnant with me. Just imagine what type of effect it has in the mind of the person. I am a child that is unwanted. No matter how much your parents love you later, your subconscious says you're an unwanted child. Is doing even the impossible of killing me. In fact, there are so many factors. I don't want to make this too dramatic. If when the mother becomes pregnant, sees the test, and she says, wow, I'm pregnant. And there, she gets a depression, to not say a bad word. No, that child has a problem already. An unwanted child. If the mom says, wow, I'm pregnant, that's a different reaction. Because all the hormones and all the substances that we generate in the brain end up with the child. The child feels everything the mother feels. It's an extension of the mother, and the mother is happy. And the husband comes from work, oh, you're not going to guess, I'm pregnant. And the husband says, wow, and hugs her, that's well. But if the husband says, what, right now? I don't want another baby, for example. That baby's not mine, for example. I mean, the man could say anything. I didn't even touch you. When was the last time I touched you? What do you mean you're pregnant? If I finished outside. For example, the man is an animal, and he says, you know what, it's your problem, just fix it. I don't want to know anything about it. It takes place all the time. The baby will be born based on that. It's already programmed. The project is being programmed of an unwanted child. A child that has to fight for survival, and if they say, I'm going to abort it, wow, the baby feels that immediately. And if they try to abort it and can't, or if when they try to abort it, she changes her mind, the baby will be even worse because my mom tried to kill me. The baby sees it, they feel it. My mom tried to kill me, and I was born against her will. How do you think he's going to feel? It's all being written. He doesn't consciously know this. I want you to know the child doesn't know this. They don't know this unless they go back in hypnosis and they can listen to her dad's voice, everything, because it's there. Now that you don't know this consciously, doesn't mean that your body does not entirely know this. Your body has memorized your dad's voice, your mom, the time of the climax, everything. It's all memorized in the conception. It's all memorized, absolutely memorized, because when they're born, there is a special atmosphere when one's begotten, but it's not that they're consciously thinking about this. Don't think that in your brain a child is thinking, don't kill me, mom. No. I'm saying that that person who's going to be born later has those memories that they tried to murder him. If directly in the abortion that child dies, what memory are they going to have? They never existed, but if they turn out to exist, everything that happened is memorized. Do you understand? Because don't worry if you had an abortion, because the baby does not complain to anyone because he was never even conscious. When a child grows up and has conscience that they exist, and somebody, it could be a regression. If he wants to, he does a regression, or his mom says, I try to abort you, or whatever. That's one thing, but it's not that the baby at that point in time is feeling. Do you understand? Because the baby does not speak. It's only recording information, and it's being produced in him a whole bunch of changes. If they see an input that is war, fights, they don't want me, it starts to form a certain way. Love, tenderness, music, everything is joy, partying, per se. It's all happiness. Mom and dad are happy. There's music, joy, a little bit of wine. So all this is fantastic. They record all that. They record that noticing when he's born, is born with everything that was written on him during the 9 months, plus the time before the Sense Project. So then if you lived in a terror area, how do you think the child's going to be born? Terrified. So then every problem the mom has, the baby will have it. Okay. That's just in the preparation. Now let's go to the way of sex. It was conceived in love, a couple that loves each other, as opposed to where there is no love. There is nauseous tolerance as they have sex just because they want to, but they can't stand each other. That's most of the couples here. They have sex, because you have to have it, but they don't love each other. No. It's just mechanic because the man wants some. And let's do this quickly. And hurry up, old man, because I want to watch TV. And so then, exactly. So then if it's conceived during those circumstances, it's affected entirely. If in the moment he wanted sex and she didn't. Do you want to have sex? No, I don't want to. And he convinces her or forces her. And from that forcing, he is conceived. Forget it. It is hate towards the father terribly. Generally, it's a girl. Generally, a bestial hate forever towards men. Or she becomes a prostitute, because I'm about to explain to you how the mind of this works. How, because the project of the parents is received by the child, then the child, who is faithful to the clan, will deal with that project, can fulfill it to the letter or fulfill it backwards. Okay, so then, but he's going to fulfill it, mind you, because it is written. If it's not written, he won't fulfill it. But whether he likes it or not, he will fulfill it, because that is why he was conceived. So that if she wanted sex and he didn't, but just to please her, come on, and he doesn't want it, but he says, okay, I'm going to do this. And out of that coitus comes out, it changes entirely. If they do it after a duel, because precisely when somebody has a duel in the family due to a biological clear reason, a lot from there get really horny, or some specifically of the clan, because precisely a sex desire that's very great is woken up in men and women, not in everyone, but in some in the family, and they have sex. Or rather, if they're mourning and they have sex on that night of the funeral, there's something in them that says, I have to have sex. That's a biological need, forced, because the clan is saying replace what was lost. So they have the replacement kids. But that's something that you don't think about, you feel it. I have to have sex for some reason, maybe justify it because I'm sad, maybe it'll help me, whatever justification, but the biology says you have to have sex. And so then after the morning, a whole bunch of kids are born, and you'll see in the tree, I couldn't explain this because precisely the birth date or the conception date is the same thing, because precisely your conception date is equivalent to somebody's death. I don't want to explain this to you because I'd have to explain this in 4 hours. But if your date of conception coincides with the date of death of one of your family members, do not doubt that you were conceived to conceive that replace that person that died. Did you understand? Okay, if you didn't, don't you worry. So then, you also have, when there is a party and we have to celebrate, let's celebrate, and we all get drunk, and we're all happy, and we go to bed because we have to celebrate. We have a new car, we have a new house, we have a new job, whatever. New credit card, and how do we celebrate? By having sex. And if the child comes from that, then it has a special effect in the mind of the child, because it was a child produced of celebration. Very different to a child produced by mourning. Very different. So all those children that are always partying, they want to always celebrate. They're so happy that they think that their life is to celebrate. We have to celebrate. They were conceived in a party night. That's why they're so different in siblings. We all have, this guy's boring. He's so fun. He doesn't want to go out. He wants to live outside. What's going on? They're different projects. Every one of them has a different project. So then, precisely, you also have sex due to routine, because every Shabbat we have to have sex. Yeah, with that face, today we have to. And the woman says, yes, we have to. And we have to. So then, what we have to, what do we get there? If she's pregnant there, but it's a routine, then you have the routine kind of people. They're always routine. Everything in routine. If you take them out of the routine, they would go crazy, because they were conceived due to a routine, and that information is written. We're having sex due to routine. The best in life is routine. It's all routine. Those kinds of guys that you can't get them out of the routine, because they'll get, I want everything routine. This time to get up, this time to go to sleep, or else they don't know where they're at. That's the effect. It's crazy, but it is so. That is the project sense. Then you have the kids by rape, direct rape, children from rape, and also from incest in the family. Okay. Everyone will have a different effect. Very well. You already know, in the form of sex, it already changes us, and it predisposes to be in a special way. Okay, now you have pregnancy. During pregnancy, fear from the mother. Every time the mother is afraid, it'll affect the baby so much. You cannot imagine how it affects them. In no moment does the mother have to have fear to losing the baby, because the doctors are specials to get you scared. Don't do this because you can lose them. Don't do that because you're going to lose. Don't do that because you can lose them. No. You have to live without fear. If the baby or your body, your mother, subconsciously decides to abort him, it's the best thing, but you cannot live with fear that your mind subconsciously aborts the child. So then you have children that are terrified and that are afraid of everything, and they don't know where they inherited from the mother, because during the 9 months, the mother's, oh, careful, don't touch me. The husband is like, oh, no, you can't touch me. You can't do this or that. No, you can't kiss me or touch me. Whatever you want to touch me. It's all kinds of mothers say no. And there's other mothers that get extremely horny and they want sex every day. There's all kinds. The husband loves it. Most husbands love it. There are others that get sick just looking at the pregnant woman. Oh, your belly like that. If the husband says that, the mother hears it. Baby heard it. Ugly belly, I'm ugly. I'm the belly, I'm the mother. And they said I was ugly. My dad rejected me. The baby can later say his entire life, oh, you're so beautiful, my son. He says, oh, I'm ugly. Because it's written, I'm ugly. Ugly belly, I'm ugly. Because he is the mother, everything is he. And the mother didn't have the best idea and say, no, you make me sick. If he says, you make me sick, I make people sick. Just imagine if the mother combines that with fear. Now, if the mother and father have excellent sex during pregnancy, baby is excellent. This is good. This is interesting. The baby feels the orgasm of the mother even. It's very interesting. Careful, don't make another because I'm already here. It is now my turn. If he sees everything that happens there with nausea, then he's going to be always nauseous. That is what we do. Now, during pregnancy, whatever harmful substance says that the mother consumes will affect the baby. If she consumes drugs, what will happen with the baby? A drug addict entirely. Or it'll alter his perception in many things. The diet is fundamental. The diet is fundamental. The ultrasounds, even if the doctors say it doesn't cause anything. There's some researchers, I don't know, I'll just present it to you. There are some researchers that say that ultrasound affects and bothers horribly the baby. They feel a sound and an invasion. Because now they're like, let's see the baby how he is. You think that Elohim wanted us to see the baby? No, he didn't want to. But now you have to see it in 3D. Even that is invasive from humans. Now it's 3D. So then they go ultrasounds all over the place to see if he's doing all right. What the fuck do you care if he's doing all right? Oh, we have to see every 3 months to see the sex, how he's doing, if he's doing well. What the fuck do you care if he's forming well? Just that worry. The mother's, oh, is he forming well? It's already a fearful baby right there entirely. So then some researchers that say that ultrasound is poisonous and the baby is left perturbed due to the ultrasound. Perturbed. Do whatever you want, okay? It's an entire invasion. An invasion, and it says that the baby's brain vibrates and says, what the fuck is this sound? You don't feel it, but what he feels, those vibrations, he has to feel them. But being programmed by that wave entirely. Exactly. To top it off, because of the egotistical of the mother and the father and the doctors that want to see him. They want to see him, how he's doing. But Elohim didn't design it, that machine, right? We agree, right? Okay. If the mother is pregnant and has an absent father, father is not there, he's always working, or else he gets there late, or he goes with the neighbor woman, or with the mother. All that burden, where is that guy? Where is that guy? Your father's never when I need him. All those words the baby writes. Absent father, no good father, deadbeat dad. He writes it in his genes, in our genes. The fights and arguments, you already know. How detrimental it is to the child. I mean, it's tremendous what it affects the child. We don't understand it. The mother is pregnant. And we, like animals, if we have to argue over a tangerine, we're going to argue. But we don't even take into account, and that's precisely when we were talking about Armando, that it's so important, the preparation in the pregnancy, to prepare the parents before conception. Because the mother and father have to understand clearly what the project is. You can't have a child that you didn't consciously look for him. But subconsciously, it can happen to, it cannot, I mean, it can, but I'm talking to the youth now. The youth, from now on, you have to take conscience and say, if I want a child, I have to consciously look for him and prepare myself for him. I'm going to prepare myself for a place, prepare my life, prepare the whole surroundings, and not to argue ever. That everything is nice, that everything is music. I'm going to read the Bible every day. I'm going to tell them nice stories. I'm never going to complain. Just imagine that preparation. We do all the contrary. We do exactly the contrary. The mother's working, and when she's about to burst, and she's still working because she has to. So then, only in the last month, she says, I cannot. And then they send her home. So then the baby has been working since when? Since before he's born. The mother does something, he does something. The mother's scared, he's scared. Everything that the mother does, the child does entirely. The mother is not balanced, the baby is unbalanced. The mother speaks Spanish, the baby speaks Spanish. That's the way it is. Mother speaks English, the baby speaks English. Very well. Moving on. And now we move on to the birth. We've talked about the project, which is the preparation for the search. It could be sought after or not, consciously or not, the form of sex that was had in order to be conceived, whatever happened during pregnancy, and now comes the birth. How the birth can affect our life forever. Very clear. The only birth that does not affect anything is the normal one. That birth is the best birth, the one designed by Elohim, the natural one. Now, when we alter that, we alter the son, but we alter him clearly. When we have a premature birth, premature, where the child desires to get out, it's not that the child desires to get out, it's a quantity of defects that the mother has in her brain or things inherited. It says take him out because if you had a grandma that died giving birth, you gotta get this guy out before that date because if it gets to 9 months, I die. So then it says let's spit him out before, premature. A late birth. 9 months passed, 40 weeks, we get to 10 months, baby doesn't want to come out. Kick back. What do? He doesn't want to come out. He's kicked back, everything's fine. Baby's heart rate is fine, just doesn't want to come out. What do? What does modern medicine do? We have to induce it. We have to induce it with a droplet. And if it doesn't want to do anything, then we're going to take him by force. We open the mother up. We break the bag because medicine has all that program. Let's break her bag. We're going to break her bag. The baby's kicked back there. And somebody comes in and breaks your bag. You lose the liquid. They're inducing you. Get out or you die. And this baby's there. They grab him with forceps. And they say, come out here. That child. We're forming a personality that they don't want to do anything for their own will. You got to force them. The guy, the time did not come. But since they took me up by force, now I know that everything I have to do it by force. So then a guy comes and says, buy that house. No, I don't want to. Buy that. No, I don't want to. So another one has to push him to buy that house or get married. Get married. No, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to get married. I don't want to give the step. He doesn't want to give the step in anything. Because the step, precisely the step of birth, he didn't want to take himself. He was taking his time. They took him by force. And then the typical that doesn't want to do anything. They're undecisive. You're sure? Yeah, I don't want to do it. So then the wife has to come, has to show him how sex is had, how to get married, or else there's no way of doing it. Or else you have him at home there. He doesn't want to come out. He's 40 years old. He's at home. 40 years old guy at home. Are you never going to leave? No, I'm fine here. Yeah, because he's still, they have to take him out with forceps because he doesn't want to come out. But that's how they took him out at first. So then he says, no, that's not sure. What's sure is here. I'm sure here. I'm in my mother's womb here at home. In my mother's uterus. Outside is dangerous. I cannot. And for me to go to another uterus to get married? Oh, no. That's outside of the question. For example, anything could happen here. We're talking about people that have problems all types. 40-year-old single women. 50-year bachelorette. Why? They're next to mom. A lot of types, but it's not necessary that it has to be like that. I'm telling you what it could happen, okay? Not that every time that they take you out with the forceps, you're going to have this sequence. There's a lot of children that with the forceps. For example, a lot of cases which I was studying, that children 10, 12 years old, they had pain in their head. They studied everything. There wasn't anything, but they had pain in a specific area of the head. And maybe the mom took them to people that know about Germanic medicine and decoding people. And they told them, when did this pain start? No, I've always had it. It never leaves him. Oh, poor thing. He's suffering. He doesn't have anything. So then they said, how was he born? With forceps. Where did they grab him from here? That's what hurts up until today. It hurts. Nothing there. But the pain is made up by the brain. So then, it's subjective. Pain is subjective because it's so subjective, just as if I have to tell you, look, this hurts so much here, and you see me suffering, you're all going to be suffering. Oh, poor thing. Why does it hurt you? It hurts me. If I cut myself here, and you see blood spurting out, and why is it going to hurt you? Nothing. You don't have anything, but it's going to hurt something because the other guy's suffering. Do you follow? So then pain is subjective. The brain creates it aside from the real pain due to precisely the nerves that we have. It's also subjective. The brain creates it. So then once the child was told, look, you were born by forceps, and forceps grabbed you here, but you were about to die, and it was the only way of getting you out. It's not that we tried to get you out by force. Your heart rate was going down. You were losing oxygen, so then we had to grabbed you there. Once the children are conscious about that, they don't ever have that hurt anymore. How do you explain that? No more pain, no more pain. Oh, is that why it hurt? Yeah. They grabbed me here when I was little. That was just to save your life. Nothing else. Nothing happened. So then, no more pain, no more pain. It works like that. That's why I tell you that this is so incredible. It's a world. It's absolutely a world. You can believe it or not. I could care less if you believe it or not. This is so. Yahweh tells you that he punishes the sin upon the children, the grandchildren, and the great-grandchildren. Yahweh himself says it. I don't say it. I'm not saying it. So then all the problems of birth are caused by the mother and the child, but due to a problem in the birth, we should never have any complications at birth. But when there are tied up umbilical cords, it is because in the clan somebody died either because they drowned, is the same thing, or they were strangled. So then that's it is repeated, that memory. The umbilical cords that are tied up, all the malformations of the child is had by the mother in her head. All the malformations. Not that the genes, no. Absolutely not. There's no reason whatsoever having a malformation. No reason if the mother has no fear, if the mother is conscious of what I'm talking about now. So I'm not done yet, okay, with the subject. If you become conscious now, your children change. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead. I have to take some things out. If it was an urgent cesarean, because he would die of something, because it also has its own problems. They took him against nature, always against nature. That baby, have something into account. I don't know if you're going to take this well or not. I could care less. But a baby that was born by cesarean, by urgency, because he would die, he was destined to die. Because the mother had decided he should die, and maybe the mother too. But when they take him out in a way that now we have the possibility to take him out and give him life, they're going to have guilt of death, that they should be dead. They have it here in their head. They have it here. I should have died. I should have died. I should have died. I should have died. And he could kill himself at any time now, because I should have died. That was recorded because before, in the old times, there was no cesarean. If the baby was tied up or was sideways or whatever, both the mom and the baby would die, period. But if now medicine with other weapons, they take him to life, the memory that he should have died is written in the baby. Do you follow what I'm saying? It's written in the child, so then you have to deal with that problem. Now, if it's a cesarean, because your favorite doctor is on vacation, and so you want to have him on this date, because now everything is programmable. When you have time to take the baby out, because I have to make a movie, an actress or whatever, just do it for this date. Or the father decides, how do you think the baby is going to like that? He's kicked back, a couple days, a week is left, and all of a sudden they rip you out. You don't know the reaction. This is the programmed cesareans. That is the worst thing that a mother could do. But here they say, no, it's bad, or you don't suffer. The baby doesn't suffer. There's no danger. It's a small incision. That's it. You don't know what it is to go against nature. Because Elohim has a plan, yes or no? You can't do it with a scalpel, or can they do it with a scalpel? No, absolutely not. In fact, well, I don't even want to go into that because you won't understand. But oh well. The plan is that the mother has him naturally. Naturally, when the baby is born naturally, he's happy. When the baby is not induced to be born, he's happy. When a baby is naturally given the chance and the mother is kicked back, because if the mother knew all this and actually she relaxes, she wouldn't have any pain, almost. She would not have any pain, almost. Pain comes due to fear. She gets tunnel vision, the mind is closed, and we close ourselves in, and the terror, that's why you have pain. Since there's pain, you have to use drugs and injections, put the mother to sleep from the waist down. If she's asleep, she cannot push. She cannot push so much. The baby is semi-asleep because he's drugged too. Just so that the mother doesn't suffer. And the disaster that, do you notice the dimension of what the project sense is? Look, so then, actually, the best thing that we could do is to become conscious that precisely the way we came into the world, the way we were conceived, my mother's birth, and the project that our parents had, it's all negativity. We have a lot of things to get over. Sometimes we think we're so evil that we have bad things and things inherited that are not ours, absolutely not ours. Very well. Moving on, advancing. Sense, project. When Mark Frechet is discovered by this, and he does a whole study about this, surprises psychologists in an incredible way, but I can't say it's a law, but it is a guide of how you are. For example, let's start with the names. If I mention you, I exist. Do you know anybody that exists does not have a name? No. They all have a name, right? So then, the baby says, if you mention me, I exist. Nothing exists that does not have a name. If you mention me, I exist. Pay attention to what I'm saying. If you mention me, I exist. So then, what relation does my name have to do with my existence? Brutal. A brutal one. That's why Abraham, in order to beget Isaac, Yahweh changed his name. Changed him because to add a letter from Abram to Abraham, it changes entirely. For the subconscious, if you change your name, you're someone else. Because for your subconscious, your name is you entirely. If you change the name, it changes entirely. Your subconscious is, okay, we're a new person now. And if you're a new person now, you have a different project. So then Yahweh understands this very well because he created this. He knows this very well. So then he changed Jacob's name to what? Israel. We're not Jacobites. We're Israelites. With the new name that Yahweh gave him. So then, our name is the first indication of what? Because we've got a lot of sense projects, not just one, okay? We have a lot. So then, our name is already the first indication of what we were conceived for. If they name me Maria, they condemn me to look for Joseph. That Maria will forever be doomed to look for a Joseph, and if she doesn't find a Joseph, she'll forever be looking for Josephs all over the place, even if it's symbolical. Because if she finds one, she'll say, bingo, with this guy I'll get married, because I am Mary. So then, the Marys have a concept of immaculate virginity. So then, if she names her child Maria, it is the Virgin Mary. Do not make a mistake. What is Virgin Maria? The whole project of the Virgin Mary to me. Now I'm the Virgin Mary. I get the name. I am the Virgin Mary. I am the Virgin Mary. So then if I am Virgin Mary, aside from looking for Joseph in this life, I have to be immaculate or be a prostitute. A first-class hoe. That is Maria's project, because Mary could either be almost a nun that no one can ever touch her, or one that everyone touches, because the project could be in reverse. And it also could happen that it's not one or the other, but lives with guilt. Every time your husband touches you, or whatever, and you're Mary, how are they going to be touching Maria? Maria's a virgin. Virgin Mary's not touched. That's in your mind. Because they programmed the name that they should not have given you, but you have to take it. So then another person has the name Immaculate, for example. Just imagine Consuelo, comforting in Spanish. If you call a child Consuelo, what does she have to do? There is the project in life that she has to do. What does she have to do? She has to comfort people. She is doomed to comfort people. She's always comforting people her whole life. Consuelo, Consuelo. And she cannot comfort herself. Let's start right there. She needs comfort. You have to be conscious in what name you're going to give to your child. If you name him Angel, Salvador, Savior in Spanish, or Jesus, how many do you know who are Jesus? These names obligate to give oneself to others. Who's Jesus? He's a Savior. He precisely sacrifices himself for the others. So then Jesus, he has to sacrifice himself for the others. If you see an egotistical Jesus, that doesn't go. It could happen, and if he is, he's incoherent with himself and gets sick. Of course, you'll find wicked Jesuses, but in their incoherence, they get sick. Because the name Jesus, you have to be like Jesus. Imagine Yeshua. Yeshua with his disciples one day and says, you know what? This is as far as we go. You save yourselves. I'm out of here. I'm going to go with this woman. I like this path better. I'm sick and tired of you, Yeshua says. Peter, with your questions, the other guy doesn't believe. I'm sick of you. I'm out of here. You deal with it yourselves. I was going to die, but you know what? No more. You die. I'm out of here. I found a better path. What? Can you imagine that? Okay, so then all whose name is Angel, Salvador, Jesus, they have the complex of being the Messiah. They have to help. They have to self-sacrifice themselves for the rest, and if they don't comply with it, they're incoherent with themselves. So then that conflict of Superman, if he's having dinner with his wife in a restaurant, and the bank is being robbed, she's going to leave his wife there or daughter. I'm sorry, my mission is to save the others. So then all those whose name Jesus, that is their mission. They start to see the projects you have. You're already doomed to that project. That's why Yahweh broke Abraham's project. He had to break it. Do you understand? Not just the name, he took it from the land. Not just that, he took him from his family. He says, leave here, very far away. All you want to have your family very close, my mom, my dad. You have all the problems that there's ever been there. Okay, moving on, because otherwise I cannot advance where I want to. Well, it could give you every name, but you read your name in the project. If your name is Caesar, for example, Caesar, precisely Caesar is loaded with precisely the ambition of power. He wants to rule the world. He wants to be the world leader. He wants to have power, Caesar does. So then everyone with the name of Caesar are doomed to be ambitious of being, and as long as they can't get that, they can't stop. They won't stop. They want recognition. They are the Caesar. Caesar, precisely Caesar. There's no other. Caesar is Caesar, period. That's it. It's over. If they impose that name of you, they give you a mission in life, a sense project. What about Ivan? Another conqueror to top it off. Exactly. If you combine it with that, just imagine. Okay. But speaking about the name, I know you don't even want to talk to me about your names, but when you have your father's name, all that awful habit of saying, I'm going to get the name of my father. My dad's name is Juan. I'm Juan. Or Ricardo. My son is Ricardo. All you're doing is putting all your burden to that poor child. Poor child. I cannot say. I think Elohim handles things. In my case, they didn't give me any name of any family member of mine. They gave me Christian. It was so unusual in the year that I was born, because now it's common, but in the year in which I was born, in 1969, they didn't even want to receive it. They said, my mom and dad said, his name is Christian. Said, no, we can't give you the name. We don't have it registered. We don't let you take a name that is not on a list, because they wanted to give him with an H, write it with an H. They said, we're not going to accept it. And my mom, she had a project to give it. Says, you have to name his name Christian without an H. And they had to get a supervisor. I don't know, she had to go to Buenos Aires. I was born in Mendoza. It was a huge problem. They said, okay, we'll accept it with a Christian. It'll be Christian without the H. She said, okay, that's not exactly what I wanted, but okay, that's fine. Christian without an H is fine. And that's how it ended up, Christian. But that happens with any name. If they put my grandpa's name, Juan was his name. This is not America, they say. Right. This is not the U.S. So then, and precisely in my second name is not from anybody in my family, Gerardo, nobody in my family. So then, I free myself from those emotional burdens, because in your name, look up your name and look up who you belong to, your grandpa, great-grandpa. Do you find who you belong to? Well, look, their problems, how they died, and start to see in your story and the problems you had, because they made you a participant when they gave you that name. In our family tree, where we have all the stories registered from parents to children, says, what's his name? Angela? Okay, put all the burden of Angela straight there. Just drink it up. And that's what happens, and they burden us with a whole bunch of garbage. Only garbage was inherited from fathers. Well, careful the way you mention your children, how you name them. And even if you name different projects, I think that my name, Christian, which means the follower of Christ, or Christian, I could not know if I comply with it. Because I was thinking about my project. Do I comply with it? In the contrary. Because those who rebel against the Sense Project, they do it contrary. There's not a midpoint. You either do it or you rebel against it. Exactly. So then I was thinking about this. Christian means follower of Christ, but I'm not a Christian. Maybe I could take it like I'm a follower of Christ. Christ is Yeshua. I'm a follower of Christ. I comply with it to perfection because my life is to follow Yeshua. But if you see it as the name Christian, I'm not a Christian. So then I doubt still if I comply with it directly or against it. I don't know. But oh well, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, but because the Sense Project, you can either accept it, because it could be a nice project if your children said, I want to have a child that is happy, and we're going to make a child, and they prepare themselves a nice project. It's the project that we all want, and to be free, a nice project. I had a girl that is free and happy, a nice project. But if I want a girl to help me in the kitchen, or she helps me clean up because I'm sick and tired in this house, I need help, I want a girl to help me, you doomed her to be a servant her entire life. Why did you have the girl to do what? To serve. And to serve whom? The mom. So then, they are conceived in different types of children. Very well. For example, you have the concept when you're given a repetition project. For example, your mom was pregnant at 23 years old, and you will be pregnant at 23 years old. Exactly. It's another project. There are projects, it's a repetition. And your daughter also, in that date also, those are projects. There's other projects that are of opposition, like I just told you, that is, for example, my person. I have a father that likes intellectual people. And he conceives me as an intellectual, and I rebel against that. And I look for the most ignorant, laziest of them all, and I present my dad with a drug addict that never went to school or anything. The dad says, what is that piece of garbage? And the daughter says, I'm in love with him. And the dad says, but he is the contrary to what I want. There you have it. Precisely, there you have. The father is a Jew, strict. And he teaches his daughter to be an Orthodox Jew. She rebels, brings an Arab or a Christian. That's the way it is. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. Because if I comply with the project, I'll bring another Jew. It could be, hey, what's your boyfriend's name? Is his name Abraham? No, Dad. Is his name, I don't know. Is his name Joseph? Joseph? No, it's not Joseph. Is his name Ben? No, it's not Ben, Dad. What's his name? And she says his name is Benedict. What? A Catholic. She didn't notice, so then it's backward, and he kicks her out. Out of my house! You're not of my family. Out of here. That takes place the entire time in different levels. The kids get rebellious, they get the contrary. Rich children, and the daughter marries a complete bum. A bum that has no culture. An idiot. But she falls in love with him. Why did she fall in love? It is her project backwards. And people that are very carefully white, in the sense of being white, racists, and the daughter brings a dark one, the dad's like, what did you do? Fulfilled the project backwards. That's the way it works. That's the way it works the entire time. Then you have wars in the family. She brings me a person that I don't want. That's the way it works. Okay, very well. And also you've got the project of reparation. In my family, in my tree, there are people that died because precisely the doctor did not come. He died in the field. He died because the doctor did not get here in time. The ones afterwards, they received that project. They want to be a doctor because they want to repair. They have to be doctors. They have to repair. Or a soldier who was valiant and killed everyone. That project is received by the great-grandchild, and what? He becomes pro-peace. He wants peace, and he's proactive in form of peace because precisely he comes to repair the disaster at a subconscious level. For example, if in a family they lost everything because of a great fire, they lost everything, one of their children will be a fireman. I have to be a fireman because I'm going to turn out the fire in my family. That's the way it is. It receives it. Every one of us has those types of projects. Very well. So then, what happens is that I do it, not that I want to do it, but because of fidelity to the clan. Very well. There's a lot that I have to tell you about this, but there's no need. You've already understood everything. You can watch videos, but just be careful because there are things that they say that they are not so. But at least you've got what the sense project is. There are children. Well, there are sense projects of urgency because there's a drama in the family. There's a drama. Like Frechet, there was drama in the family. The mom went into jail, and she's like, I want to be pregnant so as to not be sent to jail. That's an urgency one, for example. They have implied ones. Well, this one's very big. This implicit sense, for example. The mother, well, let's see how I tell this story. Let's suppose that the father of a special family, they force him to marry a girl that he does not love. But because of the family, he has to marry that girl that he doesn't love. So then what happens? They have a child. This child does not love this girl, but loves another one that he has, another lover that he has, or that he had, or a previous girlfriend. So then the mother, for example, has green eyes, and he has blue eyes, but the girl that he loved had brown eyes. So then during sex, he imagines the other one because he likes the other one. What's going to come out from there? Maybe the baby will be born with brown eyes. It's like, I don't know, maybe your grandma, great-grandma, a project of the father, but that child, whatever way he came out, he comes with a secret. My father does not love my mother, and he conceived me thinking in another woman. Or the mother is thinking in someone else. This old man, I hate this guy. No, I had a boyfriend he really made me vibrate. He really knew what he was doing. This guy doesn't know. Why did I marry this guy? Well, I got married to this guy. So they have sex, she gets pregnant. But the mother is thinking in another boyfriend she had. And what happened? She's pregnant. The entire project that she places, it's so contradictory. The child gives him his project. She puts an over project. And this father that conceived you is not as good as the one that I want. You cannot imagine the disasters in our mind because of those things. Everything very common, absolutely common in all senses. Very well. So then, wow, there's a lot of things. There's also transgenerational projects that precisely someone in the clan died. I have an uncle that died that I loved a lot. Then during the funeral, I feel the necessity of replacing my uncle. And so then he dies and a child is born to replace him, and the transgenerational tree is all over the place. All over the place you'll find dates. I won't explain how you can look up videos and look that up. Don't get crazy, because the problem, we're all over the place. The more you look up, the more problems you'll find. So then, check out this case that I'll tell you. There was a person. What happened? I can't remember exactly what happened to him. But when they decoded him and they started to see what was wrong with him, he was dragging a problem that was 7 generations above. 7, that he was at war, and with that war, he was carrying with that project of that war. When he found out about that, he got rid of the problem. Yahweh says that he punishes up until the 4th one. He punishes till the 4th one. I won't stop until I get to Eve. I won't stop till I get to Eve. So then all the blame, everything to Eve. And we're all here, we're all one same lineage, so as to not use the word brethren. You could say brethren, one mother. The mother is Eve. So then all our problems come from there. Now that we divided us, that's fine, but we all have one origin, Adam and Eve. Very well. The symptom child, there's always a child in the tree, in the family. Well, family's fine, okay. So there's a child in the family that everything happens to him. The one that gets sick is him. You have to always take him to the doctor. Somebody's going to fall, it'll be him. If somebody's going to have an accident, it's going to be him. They can all ride a bike, but it's going to have the worst accident, he will. So then that child, he was conceived to be the symptom. The symptom takes all the sicknesses of the family. He takes them. He has to take them because he has to cure them all. Actually, it's the child that you see weak, supposedly, that he gets all the sicknesses that there's ever existed. He's the strongest of them all, actually, is what biology considers that is the one that could bear them, not the rest. So then the guy, he breaks his bones, he has cancer, maybe he gets over it. He has all the sicknesses in the book. All of them. He has all of them together, but he's going to get past them. And the people say, oh, how weak. No. He's the strongest of them all. If what he got, you would have already been dead. So he's the symptom child. Symptom. This comes from transgenerational, not from the parents. It is a project, a sense project that's transgenerational that comes to repair a whole bunch of things that took place of the tree. And he takes them from the DNA, for example. More than anything, the symptom child is the one that says that there are secrets that you have to uncover, secrets in the family, because all the secrets are revealed by the children. I'll tell it to you up front. All the secrets are revealed by the children. How many times did your child get sick? How many times did your child got sick and you didn't notice that it was your incoherence, not the child's? I'm about to explain. A lot of our sins get the children sick, and we don't even notice. We don't even notice because the children reveal all things. Very well. The garbage child, for example, what is the garbage child? He is the one that carries with all the problems. All the problems. You have a problem? You go and talk to that garbage child. Also carries sicknesses. He carries them for everyone. And he's the one that precisely... He is the child that in one way or another unites the rest. The mother tells him everything, all the secrets. The father tells him all the secrets. And that's the way it is. It's an effect that there is in what it is in bio-decoding. The help children, and this with the Latinos and you guys. It seems like every Latin American, every Central American has this project. They were born with this project. In Argentina... I never ran into this problem, but all of you have that. Because as soon as you were born, they told you, you have to help your parents. until you die. And that's why all the Latin Americans help their parents at the cost of their own home, their own life, their children, of everything. They sacrifice everything. But their parents, don't let him lack anything. You have that directly. It's not that you're good people. It's not that you're good people. Oh, I'm not so good. No, you're not good people. You have a project and you comply with it to perfection. So while other people give everything and fight for their own children, a lot of you fight for your parents. Your dad should not lack anything. You could lack everything, but not your parents. And that is a project that the Latins have it. I mean, it's the help child. So then the mother has a child because she feels alone. Very much applied in the Latin Americans, and she has a child to accompany her. And she always says to her child, you're going to accompany mom, your mom's little buddy. It's for the entire life until the mom dies. The son is going to take care of her. Something that the mother should do for herself, or the father, but not the children. Very well. I see your faces. You didn't like that project at all. It was too harsh, they say. It isn't so, they say. It isn't so. I could speak a lot about this, but I don't want to hurt you so much. Only that help child. The Latin American, Central Americans are programmed since childhood. You don't know this. Now, in my family's case, I can tell you that it's so. Oh, that's good. Because I'm saying maybe I am the one, that son, but all my brothers, they could care less. Exactly, because it only takes one that takes the role. When one takes the role, which is you, it's precisely the one that it says it isn't so. But there is the why. Honor thy father and mother. That is what you think. That is what you think. That's fine. 20 years as an Adventist. I understand. Even if you weren't an Adventist, you've done the same thing. That is your... Of course, exactly. So then what happens is as follows, that when one of the children takes on that role, the rest leave. It's so typical. It only takes for one to take the role. What number are you and all your brethren? The fourth one. And how many others do you have after you? We were a total of 13. Okay. So then, yeah, of course, then you got it. You got the project. You got it. That's the way it is. But I mean, don't try to... My father was never a kind of father that you could call him a father. Danilo, I'm not saying that you did wrong in anything. Because as long as you can help your parents financially, that's fine. But we're talking about a project aside from help children by helping with money. There are some that help in that they cannot draw away from their parents. Oh, see, you don't have that one because you went to a different country and you broke with the pattern right there. So then to help financially to the parents, it's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is the unconditional help. Okay, so then you have the replacement child. A mother has an abortion, induced or not, natural, miscarriage. The next one is a replacement child. That's the way it is automatically. Whether the mother knows or not, unless the mother consciously, from the miscarriage she had, in her mind, virtually she buried him, and an entire, what is the word that I give you? The mourning, if she mourns for her child that died, if she mourns him and buries him, the next one is not a replacement. But when there is no mourning, there's a replacement. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. Cain killed Abel. And Seth was born. Seth means replacement directly. In Hebrew, Seth is replacement. In Hebrew, it says, and precisely called him Seth because it was Seth. Called him replacement because he was Seth. The word Seth is replacement. How did the mother call the first replacement? Replacement. So then when a child dies, maybe in abortion induced or not, or a loss, that was 1, 2, 3 years old and he died, got run over, whatever, child died. The next one that comes, his name is Seth, replacement. It's automatic because Eve taught us that. That's where it comes because it is so. So then there's a grave problem. I'm talking a horrible problem Because when there is an abortion and the mother did not bury, and subconsciously she says this will not be a replacement, it'll be a new child, but the child that is born, and she has a child behind that she doesn't know. The child does know. The child knows because the mother who is conceiving him is giving him the information. I had this miscarriage, or my child died here and that, and you come to replace that. That, not even if you keep it and he dies, no, we cannot stop it. Your son knows this subconsciously, and your child writes, I am a replacement child. And the replacement children can never find their personality because they're replacing, and they carry with being the replacement. They're not original. They came here because somebody died. Poor thing is that guy. There are people all the time, sad people that do not find satisfaction in nothing. I can't get no satisfaction. You don't know that Rolling Stone story, right? I can't get no satisfaction. So then, that when we cannot obtain satisfaction, is that our program that we have, a sense project, is contradictory to what we want to do. Because to top it off, there is a will of ours that goes against to what they placed in us. There's something authentic. Don't think that we're all everything that they made us. There's some things that are authentic in ours, and it's according to the project. If your name is Christian, you follow Christian, you follow him, you're happy. But if your name is Christian, you don't follow Christ, or you do something else, you become an atheist or whatever, you'll be very unhappy. Or either you break that project. I'm about to teach some techniques. I don't know what time it is. You either break with that project or you follow the project. There are good projects and bad projects. So then, precisely, the children that come to replace, it's something that's rather very catastrophic for the child. Very catastrophic. That is, so the clan continues. Because it's always that we have to be faithful to the clan. Exactly. What happened with Judah, for example, we have to... Judah ended up being the father. Imagine, Yeshua comes from that. He had one child, the other one, nothing worked. Why? Because it's without knowing it. Notice, without knowing it, but your subconscious knew it, of course. Your subconscious saw that woman, and clear, you identified who that was. Your subconscious did. In fact, life took you to do that. Yeshua took you to do that. You had to do that. There was no escape because our program, there's no escape. There's no escape. There's no escape. And I forgot about something that I have to say something else. There's no escape. There's no escape. You're going to comply with it, whether you like it or not. That's where Yeshua comes from. Exactly from that. Exactly. And who was not a prostitute, dressed as. She was the... No, you're talking about... I'm talking about Judah. Oh, Rahab. Yeah, she was a prostitute. Yeah, she was a prostitute. She was a prostitute, but I'm talking about Judah, and how was the name? Tamar. Judah and Tamar. Rahab was a different one. Okay. So then you have the reparation children. What's a reparation child? I have a child who's sick. And this has become popular in Europe. I have a child that is sick and he needs a kidney. I have another son to give him a kidney. How do you think that the project, if I'm going to create a life to make a replacement or a reparation, how do you think that life will exist afterwards? Being the replacement or the reparation for someone's spare parts. It's terrible. Since we have the power of creating, it's terrible. So then, we have the father-child. What do you mean the father-child? Because the mother has him to be her companion or father, or the mother. Why does the mother have a child that is another father or mother to take care of the rest? So then, she burdens the child. You're the eldest. I burden you with them, and the child who's a child, he's 10, 8, 9 years old, they obligate him to be the father of the rest. He'll be 7 years old, and you're going to take care of your little brethren, okay? because they're your responsibility, and if something happens to them, wow, they're going to really hit him. But then they become mother or father, that child. Do you note the effect that you're causing in that? You made him a father or a mother, a child. That you're the responsible one, not the child. Well, that takes place all the time, all the time. Exactly. Then a child that they make him do that, he's still everyone's father and mother. Exactly. They start to identify, you start to identify things. And when the whole couple had all their children, and this used to happen in all of the Middle Ages and Europe and here too. But it's subconsciously, so that when they had 2, 3, 4 children, the last one, the couple says, let's have a baby so that he takes care of us when we're old. That child is called the elderlyhood cane. That project, which is the last one of them all, the last one, they always say, no, you were born, you're going to take care of us. You're not going to leave us like those degenerates that you have as brethren that left. No, we have all the hope in you. They're going to prepare him as a project and then as a teaching so that the kid takes care of them, and man or woman that cannot marry, they could have girlfriends or boyfriends, but they never get serious because there's something that's a lot stronger that says you cannot get married. Your mission is to take care of your parents until they die. That is your mission. And there's a whole quantity of those. Very well. If you ask yourself why you're 40, 50, and you cannot get married yet, just ask yourself, am I a cane of my parents? Okay. A comfort child, when the mother is sad and she's depressed during pregnancy, and nothing makes her happy, the child will make her happy. And then they say, you're my joy. The mother says, you're my joy. You're this and that. You make my life so happy. The child becomes a joker. He has the mission of making her mom laugh. He is sad inside, but he has the mission of making her laugh. All the comedians were like that. They were begotten with that function. That is why generally the comedians, or many of them, they commit suicide because they're depressed. But to break away with that depression, they become comedic. You see them like Robin Williams, comedians that are so hilarious. But when they're at home in solitude, they're outside of the show. And they're completely depressive. These are the children that precisely were designed for making others laugh, more than comforting, to bring joy to others. Be a joker, but with themselves they are sad. You have the unexistent child, which is that one. It is the child that they have tried to abort and they couldn't do so, or the mom thought about aborting him and couldn't do so. Precisely, that child will think that in order for him to exist, he should not think. He should not exist. In fact, the mother treats him coldly, treats others better than him, and the child understands that quickly, and he becomes the unexistent child. I'm living due to a miracle. Nobody loves me. I do not exist. Generally, those children have suicidal thoughts. When they're older, we have the glue child, which is that one, the one that is conceived to save matrimony, because they're always fighting, and they say what you need is to have a child, not just a psychologist. It could be your mom, could be your grandpa, your mom, or your friend says what you need is to have a child. How long have you been married? 2, 3 years. You have to have a child. With a child, you'll fix your matrimony. With a child, you fix your marriage. So then they have a child to fix the marriage, and you have the glue child, because that child was conceived to save the marriage. So then precisely that is the child that his entire life is to be hookups, to present people like a Cupid. He has a brutal complex that he must be a Cupid. He is glue. He unites, but he himself has no other function in life. he can get himself out of all these programs. We can have a little bit of all of them, okay? It's not that we're all completely one, but we have a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You see those people that want to get everybody else married, the whole world, they're not happy. They want to get them married. You have to get married. You have to get married. To top it off, they make everything for you. I got this girl for you. Those are all Cupid trials. They were conceived to unite a marriage. Tell me, how many couples do you know that they had a child in order for the marriage to unite? Have you ever heard about that? It's super common. When a couple is fighting, they say, you need a child. That's it, it's over. Let's have a child. Very well, and the couple child is conceived for her mother, especially, or for the father, so that it is a little buddy of mom. Father says, here's the child, let him be your buddy, and he can be with his friends or working. He says, there, you had a buddy. You always complaining that you're alone. Here's a buddy for you. The husband says, there, you have a buddy. What else do you need? There you have it. Take care of your children. So then that child becomes the mom's little buddy. He'll have a lot of problems in his life. Very well. I could talk about this sense project a lot. We all have a sense project, or else we would not be here if we did not have one before we were born. Our parents imagined begetting us. They had a sex act, and we came from there. What happened during that? Did people want to have sex or not? We loved or not? That depends on us. In my case, the worst thing that my dad could have done, but the worst thing that is, it's for me, the best thing. But it hurt me all my life. Up until now that I understand what is the best, they told me, and my mom told me, because my dad was always playing like an idiot. I say idiot because I was always playful like an idiot to tell children that I should not tell them. But since we think we're so smart, we think that the child has a good sense of humor, and like saying, Santa Claus is going to take you. So then my mom and dad said, well, actually, with your sister and your other sister, we no longer wanted any more children. My dad was studying medicine. He didn't want any more children. And then you came. And he said, I was pregnant without even knowing it. It only takes for that. I already know this subconsciously, but they reaffirm it to me consciously. So then what I already knew subconsciously, that I was a not wanted child, now they reaffirm, you came, and we didn't seek for you. So then you have a great problem of devaluation, because what am I doing on this earth? I came due to an accident. Because I was not wanted. So then I can be, depending on how I take it, if I came due to an accident, I repeat that and I believe it. I have all types of accidents because I'm the accident child. If I take it for another way, and since I fucked up your lives that you weren't expecting, now you're going to have to deal with me, and I could become a rebellious person, because since you didn't want me and you didn't seek me, you know what? Here I am. And so here I am, and now it makes your life an impossible life. You're going to desire, you're going to wish to have never had me. That could happen in the mind of the child. So then becomes a rebellious child. That what the father says, the father says, do this, and he says, you tell me to do this, you didn't want me, I'm going to do that. Because why am I going to obey you if you didn't want me? I'm going to obey whoever loves me, but the one that doesn't love me, didn't want me to be here, I'm going to do the impossible against you. Becomes rebellious. I'll get your conclusions. That is the effect that it happens in a child, that they tell you, you came due to an accident. And they told me, wow, they said, and then later the parents reaffirmed, what was I thinking that night? I'm sure I was like, I don't know, not thinking about, they reaffirmed things that the child should not hear under any circumstances, but we're so much of an idiots, we're brutes. And then you look at the child, says, oh, but you look like the grandma. Wow, you're already formed that he's the grandma. And so then, well, I want to advance. I want to move on. You know why? Because I want to get to a point. How can we solve this? Well, I'm going to tell you. What we have to do is to become conscious that almost all of my inclinations, what I'm working in, what I do, even my profession, I did not choose it. My clan chose it for me. my clan chose it for me. I think that I choose it, but I don't. I am pre-programming, so then when he thinks that he has free will, he doesn't have it. We have information recorded in us and to be faithful to it. So then, as long as we didn't know this, we think that we were free, like with a white page. They said, oh, they told me in an Adventist church, like a white page, and you're going to write everything, all your actions. That is a complete lie. We were all born written, not with a whole quantity of pages. With volumes, it wouldn't fit in just one page, all the story of our family, of a whole tree. It's a story of that never ending. So then when we see the light of day for the first time, we feel the cold. The baby feels cold brutally. He was always heated in mom's womb. And then he comes out and he feels cold, like freezing cold. The problem that it causes, and to top it off, a nurse comes and spanks him so that he cries. He's cold, he's scared, he's terrified, things are going to kill him right there. They put your head down, you say, because he has to breathe, and they spank him in his ass for him to breathe, and they punish him, and your mind says, we came here, and now it's punishment. This world is what? Cold, punishment, and unfair. And to top it off, it kills you. So then they get to stabilize, and the child starts to cry out like a beast that comes from his soul, because he says, it's cold, they're spanking me. I don't know, these people, they took me away from my mom. They clean him up. The first thing they do, the best thing that the baby could have is to have all of his mother's feces and poop. Mother's poop. Something else that they do when they do the cesarean, the child misses out on a whole quantity of bacteria that he needs that the mother could give him. Only those who know, if they have a cesarean, they should grab the mother's feces and parts of all the vaginal mucus and put it all over the child's face. The medicine takes him out, and immediately they clean him up and they bathe them almost, so that when Yahweh says, but that is natural, you have to impregnate yourself with all the bacteria that the vagina has. You need them on your skin. You absorb them, and you start to form your own skin, your immune system. And also, if there's poop in the mom, also that one, because we need that one with all the bacteria that it has, because you're going to use them. Because what does medicine do quickly? How should it be normally? The way the baby is born, to place it on the bare breast of the mother, skin to skin, immediately to feel the heartbeat. The doctors who study in the colleges, and they think they know everything. They take him out, they clean him up. Angelina, they placed her in a waiting line. I had to follow her, looking at her through the glass, and she was alone there with all of the other babies. She's not going to get mixed up. They said no, because they're going to put a tag here. Tag, it says the name, the number. We're a name already, like a little animal. There's the tag here, and then the little paw, it says no one can switch her on you. I was so worried that they would mix her up. So then I was looking at the glass. I didn't want to lose her, because I said in my mind, I said they were going to mix her up. I don't know why. I was so crazy, and they said, you're okay? I'm okay. And then my daughter out there. It was almost 15 minutes. Do you remember, Leslie? I don't know if it was an hour. An hour, the baby separated from her mother. That's crazy, because they're sick in the head. Accursed. I'm not even upset, because the worst thing that can happen to us is what? The best thing. But actually, the child, what he has to feel is immediately the mother's heartbeat. Put it on her. Don't worry about cleaning her up. Nothing. Leave the child. He needs all those bacteria. He's been a strong child, really strong, because or else Yahweh would have designed that he comes through the mouth, or else Yahweh would have designed some sort of zipper up here. A zipper, so that he comes without touching anything. No, designed it so that he comes with everything. The dogs, tell me, when you have the dogs, the mother dog, do you wash them quickly? Do you wash the puppies? No, the mother licks them up. The mother licks them to top it off. Not taking anything out with the mouth, puts more on top. So then he protects from, because we have bacteria in the mouth, it's necessary. They take him out here. They put him in cold. Oh, no, it's a disaster. Okay. That is modern medicine for you. So then, when we face and we become conscious that we have a project, that when our mother was pregnant, she lived through many things, that when we were born, the birth was very abnormal. If we take conscience of that, we say, okay, this happened to me, and it was for my own good, because the worst thing that could happen to me is the best thing that could happen to me. Elohim placed me here so that I become conscious. If they raped you, it's the best thing that could have happened to you, because they raped somebody in your clan, and until you do not forgive and do not heal, you are doomed for your children to get raped. You're condemning them, so then you have to heal that. Okay, it's late now, but I'm going to go on a little bit more. So then, I want to teach you something. When we become conscious, sometimes to become conscious heals many things, but not everything. We have to take another step. And sometimes the extra step that I'm about to teach doesn't heal everything. We need hypnosis for some things. If you have grave problems, if you don't have problems and you live your life, give or take okay, stay the way you are, as long as you know you have a sense project. And if you're Maria and you look for your Joseph, you're happy, that's perfect. You find your Joseph. And what do you have to change? Nothing. But if you have an obsession that's sickly of helping your parents and you cannot get married, start looking in the project. There's a little project that's kind of wrong here. Or if you have lack of joy and a whole bunch of things, start looking for things that you want to change in your life. Very well. But if you want to go past that of becoming conscious, if you identify, because this will work only if you identify a problem. Because what I'm about to teach cannot be done unless you haven't identified the problem. If you have a problem that, for example, your mother, let's say your mom was completely, and your dad were stingy with money. Now you have that program that you're stingy, and you notice that you're stingy and you cannot change it. But when you see the tree, you notice that your dad was like that. Your mom suffered so much and you became your dad in order to heal that problem. So then instead of saying, I'm just like my dad, if you say, I'm just like my dad, there's a problem. You're just like your dad and you like to be like your dad because it's a virtue, that's fine. But if it's not a virtue, there's a problem. So then you're repeating a pattern of a problem that your dad had. What for? So that you can heal yourself. Very well. So then what do you have to do? To become aware and you continue to be stingy. You have to spend something. Apparently, it's like 1,000 demons possess you and you cannot buy anything. You say, oh, just up to $7. No, but it's $800. Oh, not even if I were crazy. What? Not even if I were crazy. Not even if I were crazy. Let's say he has the $800. Let's say he has $1,000, but he says just $7. So then it's super stingy now because we're saving with a lot of sacrifice. No, with sacrifice, you're not going to get anywhere. Sacrifice never going to take you anything. That's a lie, but I cannot speak about sacrifice right now. But we have to be sacrificed. We have to have will, and so much will and effort and will is going to get something. That's a lie. Absolutely a lie. You're going to find precisely a whole quantity of things. But let's suppose that your mother or your wife wants something. You said, no, it's just $7, $5 tops, or else nothing. But being able to buy it, there's a problem there. Being stingy, extremely. But that's just a case. I could give you any case. The guy is going to buy this thing. And so he says, I know that this is a lot better, writes a lot better, but this one is worth $5. If I go to the 99-cent store, I know that they're garbage. I know that it'll last 3 days tops. I know that it is a piece of garbage, and I'm going to get upset, but I cannot spend $5. I'll buy the 99-cent one. I can't. And you see there's a problem there with your face. Oh, you'd rather drive 100 miles to save $2, even if you spent $15 of gas, but you save $2. In your mind, you cannot give $2 tops of the guy here. You can't. So then I'll travel 100 miles because it makes me happy to save $2. But how much did you spend? $30 of gas? Oh, no, that's fine. You spend that either way, but I saved $2 here. So then there's a problem. That's great there. So then what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that when you identify a problem, and you already know that it comes in your family from your dad, your mom, or they named you Benevolence, or they named you Diego Maradona. Oh, another thing. When a father names you Ronaldinho, you're condemning him to be a very devalued child because, of course, he's not going to be Ronaldinho. He's going to play soccer. And you play like shit. You don't play like Ronaldinho. So then the guy says, they called you Ronaldinho. The guy wants to change his name. Here comes Ronaldinho. Everybody's laughing at him. He's never going to be. Guy says, I love the name of Roger Federer. So then they name Roger, this child. Let's say, Roger Federer. And to top it off, is the project of playing tennis. If the child is not like Roger Federer or better, how's he going to feel? Devalued because he has a name that it evokes a symbol of replacing that person. If you replace something, you should be better than that person. Better than that person. Very well. That happens also with those that I've told you before. The Jesus, all the Jesuses, they have to replace somebody that's Jesus, okay? Exactly, totally, because you should change your name, like he said. Look, I could talk to you about all the sense projects in the Bibles this week that I was studying. I said, wow, I could not even explain them to you because it's a lot. It's a lot, but Moses, what sense project did he have? What does Moses mean? Saved by water. Saved by water, a sense project that he had to be saved by water and that he had to guide the people completely. For example, Jacob gets... no, not Jacob. I want Isaac. Isaac with Rivka, right? Okay. And then how many come in her womb? Two. What if Yahweh does not know the sense project of both of them? He says you have two nations fighting inside of you. Two nations fighting inside. And he says, and they're going to always fight. Where were they fighting? In the womb. And Yahweh that designed the sense project, we understand that Yahweh, what you do not, the bio-decoding people do not understand, it's not just mom, dad, the grandma, the great-grandma, the great-great-grandma. They and Yahweh, because David said that in the womb, when I was forming in the womb of my mother, so then he wasn't just forming the mother and the mother, but who was also there? Yahweh. And so then Yahweh in his chosen with a code. That is the code of the predestination that we'll talk about later. We cannot escape from that. We cannot escape. We think that we have free will. I freely worship Yahweh. If you believe that, that's fine, but this isn't true. I freely desire loving Yahweh. That does not exist. If you're going to love Yahweh and your servants, because we have a sense project of our parents, they can give us a sense project that we're Adventist or to be faithful to Ellen G. White or whatever. So then there is a sense project. That sense project, Yahweh also intervenes. That would be great, or else it'd be a disaster here. So then Yahweh intervenes, and then Moses comes from there, precisely. Isaac has two, and we have two fighting, but fighting to death, to kill each other, yes or no? And then later, it says, to top it off, Yahweh says, and the elder shall serve the younger. And notice the word, it was so good in those days, the word, the value of it. And I'm telling you that we heal with the word. You understand, right? The word heals, creates, gets sick, kills, a curse. It's a diagnosis. There's no, if you're going to die, here's the proof. You're dying already. Another one says, no, we're wrong. We're wrong. This is what the other guy said. Poor guy died. No, they said, no, he says, you don't have anything. My word, even if it's a lie, healed him. Even if it's a lie, my word If he believed it, it healed him. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is what happened in the case that I told you, the one that was working for the gynecologist. They said, oh, you don't have anything, and they had cancer there in the uterus. No, you don't have anything, it's negative. Clean, clean. And they would all get cured. They would all get cured. Just imagine the power of the word. So then, if with the word, they came to Isaac, his children, and Jacob went quickly, and he deceived them, acting as Isaac. I mean, he acted as Esau in order for his father to bless him, thinking that he was Esau, because who was the father blessing? Or else he would not have put all those things on himself. He said, are you really my son? Yeah, it's me, it's me. So then he starts to bless his son at that time, and says, the way I believe the word is so important that when he said it, the son received that blessing. We're talking about not money, but a blessing. When the other one came, in our case, in our culture, it says, but it was wrong. It was wrong. No, I'm going to bless this one too. So then he starts to say, I'm going to say something stupid. To you, my son, Esau, beloved son, since I made a mistake, I'll bless you even more. You'll have double. No, it doesn't work that way. It was only one word of the inheritance of the first begotten son. And over the other one, some very little. And notice that who was the one that was blessed? It was Jacob. But it's not that he was blessed financially. No, he left. He had to deal with it. But who took the blessing in the word? Who was hurt that he didn't receive anything? Esau. And he could never get over that. You notice that? Never. Because the word has value. If we believe it and we are really conscious and aware, look at the way this works. Esau believed it because if Esau went crazy and Yahweh was not going to allow it, but he would go and kill him, all of a sudden just kill Jacob. It was all his either way. But the word is extremely real. And it creates. The word creates. Another case is of the Sense Project. A very clear case. You don't imagine any. Gideon. No, pardon me, not Gideon. Samson. Gideon also, but Gideon another way. Samson. Yahweh comes and says, you two will have a son. Look at the project. Who's the project? Whose is it? Completely Yahweh's is the project, not of the parents. It is Yahweh's. It says you're going to have a child, blah, blah, blah. And how are you going to have? You have a child, don't you worry. And to top it off, he's very strong. You have to bring him up like this. He should not eat this and that, not cut his hair, blah, blah, blah. A Sense Project brutally complies with everything, but he deviates from his Sense Project. Costs him his life. Do you notice? Because he, in the moment when he was faithful to his project, sometimes he wasn't. He should have fought against those guys, but he loved one. You see how he went to the contrary. Instead of liquidating all the Philistines, because Yahweh conceived Gideon to kill all the Philistines, right? We agree. What did I say? Gideon too, but Samson conceived Samson's project to liquidate all the Philistines, to control and liberate Israel. But what did the guy do? He fought a little bit, but he loved a Philistine woman. You see how the whole project turned around? Okay, another one. Name me another Sense Project. Samuel, exactly. The mother couldn't have children. She was barren, and she would cry, Yahweh, give me a child, give me a child. If you give me a child, what did she think? I'm going to give him to you. I'm going to give him to you. Had a child given to him. And that is where the prophet came. Sense Project entirely. Well, and you can check all the projects. Because precisely the child will obey what his parents dictate or what his parents subconsciously propose and consciously also, and also Yahweh. And that's why in everything that you see, you will see in all the videos that you can study or see, you will see that nobody takes Elohim into account. It's only man and no one else. That is the difference that we have to take into account. Elohim and the project of him. Very well. So then once we become aware of this, once we become aware, What can we do? Well, if we've got a project that bothers us a lot and does not let us advance in life, and it's a specific one, like I feel this because my mom gave me this, I have this name because of this, this, and that, then we're going to do something symbolic but real for our brain. It functions in the 90-something% of the cases. There's other cases where the project's so strong that it should be dealt through a psychoanalysis and hypnosis. But if not, this works perfectly well. But it's got to be precise in what you want, for example, right? So then what are we going to do? We're going to do a letter. That letter, for our brain, is real. For our subconscious brain, it's real. A letter, which is a letter of abandoning the projects of our parents. I named it YHWH, just like Yahweh told Abram. The YHWH letter. Look at the work that Yahweh did in Abram. Took him out of his family, changed his name. He had to do all that work to barely then get that promise. His wife also didn't look for one there, took her out of from her family, changed her name. To barely then said, here is the project ready to get Isaac. See, that's marvelous. That's a sense project. That's brutal. And Abram and Isaac, brutal, authentic, and incredible. Incredible. And I could mention you sense projects of all the men up until Noah, because it's marvelous. Once you understand this, you go back and you look and you say, wow, just like that. Wow. How your parents were projecting, and what needed to be born was born, following the purposes of Elohim and of the clan, because that is what's the most important thing. Okay, so then, we're going to write a letter. Those who want to do this, okay? Do you want me to explain this? Do you care about this? Okay, I'll tell you the way it should work. We're going to write a letter. We're going to guide it to mom and dad by name, and if you have something with your grandma that you think you got it from your grandma, you can also do so with your grandma, grandpa, or something that you identify. There's no need for your parents to be alive. They could all be dead. Doesn't matter. It's something that works for our brain, because the problem is in our brain, because it's not in their brain. Maybe my dad or my mom's parents could be alive, and if you go and tell them, you did, no, they're not going to remember what they did when they made you that night. They're not going to remember at all. Nor do they remember the needs they had. If I asked you what you did yesterday, matrimony, they're going to say something so contradictory. Did you go there? They're going to say, no, you didn't go there. No, I didn't do this. They're not going to get into agreement. Just imagine if I asked my parents what they did on the day that they had sex to conceive me, that they're going to give me a coherent letter. I have to fix this in my memory, okay? We're doing like a cleansing in the computer. If you think this is crazy and out of place, that's fine. I'm going to show you the technique that works. So then, we're going to write it with the sense project that's precise, that we believe that we've got. That's why we've got to identify something. This could be done many times, but we could say, today I will work in how stingy I am, because I got it from my dad. How do I get rid of that? Well, I'm about to explain. So then, I am stingy, I got it from my dad. So then we're going to write a letter to him precisely, and to your mom, because they both made us, and we're going to become aware that you want to change and have it decided. That's if you really decided to change that. Once we change a program, we have to put another program in place. I can't just say, I don't want to be more stingy, per se, and leave that in blank. No. I'm generous, for example. Do you understand? Okay. So then, here you're going to write everything that you've got to write. What you've got to write must be a symbolic act. It won't be real. You're never going to send this actually to your letter. Do this alone. It doesn't work if we do it in the presence of our parents, because they don't even know, nor do they remember. To tip it off, you're going to cause them a DHS. They're not even going to know what the fuck is going on. And they're going to end up causing problems and won't work. Because what our brain understands in two languages, our brain does, it understands in symbols and it understands in a special language. But it won't be able to understand it in another way. In other words, the symbol, you'll understand it quickly by your brain, okay? So then it is a symbolic act. You do it only yourself. It's good to do it at night. The letter that you're going to write has to be handwritten, not on the computer and print it out. That has no emotion. You're going to write it on a piece of paper, a white piece of paper, what I'm about to say. I'm going to give you a guide, okay? You can copy, stop the video. I'm not going to give you this written because this is what I wrote, and you can reform it as you please. Okay, the video cut itself off here. Okay, that could be. What? It's fine then. That's why. That way I don't get hungry. Excuse me? 3 hours 53. Okay. And I didn't even go halfway of what I wanted to advance. Yeah, we lose number 8. I think we lose number 8 starting to 10. Well, I cannot hear. How weird that it doesn't allow me. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if somebody's listening to me. I think I'm on the radio. Do you see me on Paltalk, Luz? Yeah, they say they do hear me. Do you want me to tell you this or for next Shabbat? But it's just that after this, there was something even more interesting. But we're talking about what I was missing. 2 more hours. Wow. I'm going to ask Leslie, should I read him the letter and that's it? Okay, I'll read him the letter. Okay, let's go here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You have to write it by hand as if it came from the heart. It should be from the heart. Very well. Once you have the letter, you're going to read it out loud. You're going to read it. The worst thing that could happen to us, the best thing that could happen to us. Okay. I'll read this part again. It should be read out loud. When you make the letter, you're going to read it out loud. Alone, you're going to read it out loud. Solemnly. With all the true sense that you have. Because you have to feel it. Because if you're going to, I want this to Mom and Dad. Oh, no, it's not going to work. You have to do this solemnly. Imagining that your dad and your mom are sitting in the couch, for example. They're sitting right there in the couch. So then you look at them. If you can't imagine them, then put a picture of them. It works perfectly well with a picture. That is your solution. No video calls. No Skype or anything of the sort. A picture. You put a picture, has to be at night. There has to be tranquility. You're going to make a declaration to them with all your soul. Look, you could cry. A lot of things could happen. If you do it right, if you do it wrong, just like that, like playing doesn't work. You're going to do this believing that you're speaking with your mom and dad. They could be dead. Both of them. That doesn't matter. With your mom, too, they could all be dead. I could care less. In fact, maybe you speak to your dad. You've never seen him in live and you want to talk to your mom. It doesn't matter. But you will talk, or we're going to talk to our dad and our mom. So then we're like this in a ceremony that's very serious. A very serious act. And the best thing that you could ever do so that your subconscious sees this as real. What is going on here? Real. So then, you're going to read this in a way that your heart flows through your words. You have to put emotion into it. Emotion. You can't read it just like that. You know what? I have had this problem and now I don't want to have this anymore. No, it doesn't work that way. As if you were really... Look, Dad. Look, Mom. I'm going to tell you what's going on here. Ever since I was born, you've given me this, a program. And up until now, I've put up with it. Just something like that. You have to get into the real role as if you're talking to them. Imagine them. Okay. There's two types of going into the brain. Like I've told you, it's precisely the emotion and the symbols. There's no other way of entering emotion and symbols. When I put together the emotion with the symbols, it goes directly into my subconscious. So then what I'm about to live is real. It is real, so real as if I were telling you they're both there. Very well. I have to do this for 10 days. It doesn't take just once. Do it for 10 nights. Do the same show for 10 nights. Just like that. Same show, same emotion, every time better, the same show. At same time, at night. Once again, all the ambient of seriousness, and you can talk to your mom and dad. And once again, the same show. What do you mean? What if you forgot a night? No. What you should, well, I said, it should be, you shouldn't. Anything works here, but it'd be better that you didn't. Maybe you skip a day. That's fine. Let's say, okay, you skip a day, nothing happens, and you complete 10 nights. You complete 10 nights. 10 nights. And if you forgot a day or a Shabbat, you couldn't do it, well, then you go to the next day. No problem. So then, 10 days at night. Very well. Aside from the letter that I'm going to give you as a guide, but this is my guide, the letter that I wrote, that I thought it was very interesting. You're going to find letters online, but they're no good. The one I'm about to tell you, take it as yours and reform it the way you want it, obviously. So then when you see that as an act that's subreal, as not regular in your lives, like extraordinary, I don't want to use the word magical, but just so you see that you changed all of a sudden from going stingy all of a sudden to have fear or whatever problem you have, or from feeling so tormented that you have to help your mom. Every day you're thinking about helping your mom and you can't take that from your head. And always your mom in head. How's my mom? You want to take all that out? Do this. Because I'm sure you have a sense project. One thing is to help the parents. Another one is the obsession for constantly helping the parents or the mother or the grandpa or the uncle or whatever. So then you're going to take that help project from on top of you, whatever it might be, okay? What you already know. Or your niece or whatever you know that it is. So then, when you feel a change after the 10 days that you complete, and you feel that the change, there was a change, that already you see things differently. You see things differently. Never in your life did you imagine how different. Always you're thinking in something, and now it's kind of like you have freedom. It's a time of grabbing that letter and burning it. Once you burn it, you eternize it. If you keep it, it's pending. So then, by burning it, your brain sees that contract that you already made, now, by burning it, you made it already definite. It's not that you're breaking it, but burning. So then that becomes something that's definite. But only when you're sure that it's changed, or else you'll have to continue to try and try. Did you understand what I just said? Okay, very well. Here comes my example. You can stop the video however you want. But this is my example. For example, dear Dad, and you put space, the name of your dad. It has to be the name. Dear Dad, dear Mom, blah, blah, blah. And if you want to direct it to someone in Grandma, since we're here, because you always got into it, dear Grandma, blah, blah, blah. Very well. below that, I have to mention myself, and always when you do symbolic acts, you do them in present. Never I was, but I am. Never I was, but I am. Never I'd like, I'd love. Doesn't work in the subconscious as I am always. I am this, I am that. And from here on out, I am. Not from here on out, I will do, because that I will do. The subconscious does not understand it. The subconscious is nothing but present. I am. So then I'll write down I, space, 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 your name. Declare and recognize that I've been given life by you, and also the mission of keeping money, saving money, taking care of you, taking care of dad, not understanding my wife, being afraid, whatever problem you have, that you know that it comes through there, okay? That you know it comes through there. Treating my mom, my wife, dad, because I saw my dad treated my mom badly, and they say if you treat your wife well, you're not macho. You have to be a good macho and treat her bad. So then I want to get rid of that program that you gave me. I want to get rid of that because it's so strong that I repeat it whether I want that or not. It dominates my life. So then what do? I continue doing this. I place the problem that I have. I am afraid of this. I am afraid of that. I am like this. I am a thief because my dad was a thief. So the son becomes a cop, same thing. There's no difference. Or the son of the dad is a thief, same project, same sense project, same one. A politician, same thing. There could be politicians, exactly. He could be a politician. Or the daughter of a Caesar has to be, she has to be public. It's a project that she has. It's not that she's a genius. She has that project. She's the daughter of the Caesar. Is the one that inherited that. It has a project like they cannot be happy because they've got that. And when you are trapped in a project that's terrible, it just handles your whole life. You'll never be authentic. I could talk a lot about this, but now other things come. Wow, other examples that I could have given you, right? Of many things. A dad that works in a farm and has a son to help him with the field. The son is doomed with that project, but he wants to stop with that project. He goes to the city. He's the wicked traitor son, doesn't want to inherit anything from the family. So then we who are all here, all of us in this room, we broke the patterns because we went the fuck away from the family. That's true. It's absolutely the truth. We did a lech lecha from the family. We left them where they live, and we left. When we leave, we break away with so many things. Not everything, but we break a lot of things. And I, in my mind, in one way or another, that's my experience. You have to look for yours. I can't tell you what your experience is because it's yours. In one way or another, Elohim made us see in a subconscious way that we didn't have to take anything from our parents. Notice. Seventh-day Adventists, no. This, not. That, no. Inheritance, we did not accept them. Because my dad's inheritance, I rejected it. I gave it to my mom. I rejected the inheritance. But notice the content that you're now seeing differently. Leslie had an inheritance of more than $1 million. And what? It didn't come. It's not that we rejected it. The one that had to give it rejected it, but for a motive, because an inheritance is loaded with a package of things. So then precisely notice how Yahweh was preparing all these things to be free from the inheritance of the family zero and to be free far away. Imagine a dad that wants to have his son close and wants to build his house in his backyard. We're doing condemning the son completely. The son has to fly away. If you make a room in the backyard, you're condemning the poor wretched fool to always be a service to you. And the mother that doesn't let his son go away, always worried for her son, it's really a mother that's egotistical because she loves her son. Doesn't love the son. She says she loves the son, but she doesn't. She loves the extension that she understands as a son. but it's an extension of herself. There's a lot of things that I could tell you. The best thing is to break with everything. So Yahweh says that precisely the man would leave his father and mother and would leave from there, and he demonstrated it with Abraham, demonstrated with a lot of cases. Very well. With that, I'm not saying that your family is a bad one, okay? What I'm saying is that a good way of starting your own program is by drawing away from the family, but a considerable distance, that they can't come over, that, wow, you save so many problems, you save so many things, very well. And you save a lot of problems that come in the Sense Project. Okay, did we leave off of? They've given me, and also the mission of, we have the mission of, and of, if there's many missions that we're going to enumerate, the mission of being evil with my wife, the mission of being stingy with money, the mission of being afraid of everything, that in the street they can kill me, and I'm terrified at home because that's how my mom was. So then I inherit that, and that's how I'm left. I'm giving an example, right? The mission of whatever. So then if I have a lot of missions here, I write them down. That because, or that, well, I'm not giving you the things that I put, the commas that I put on there. That due to the obedience that's subconscious to the clan that we all have. We all have one that is subconscious. My whole life I've done this. Obviously, if we're not complaining, we want to break away with this, is because we've detected something that we've been doing our whole life, or else what are we complaining about? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, moving on. I place my name again. Thank you profoundly for life, your teachings, and your care. But now, by having more information, by noticing and becoming aware, you can use whatever words you want to use. I renounce, this is a word that you have to use. I renounce to your project of life that you designed for me. I renounce to being, and right there you put the project against twice, once again. I renounce to being a wife beater, a stingy person, whatever you see here. I renounce to being that could perfectly well, a replacement child. If you detected your replacement child because your mom, she lost a child, or she begat you because an uncle died and they had to replace someone in the clan, there you have to write it here. I renounce to being that child of replacement, or that clown child, or whatever. If you understood me, you understand. I renounce to being, and to being, if you have a lot of projects, and all this, I give it back to you. Just like that, like a gift. All this that I mentioned here, to be a clown, I'll give it back to you. Here it is. Once again, you put your name. It's very important because when one puts one's name, your brain says, oh, he's talking about me. From here on out, I give as this debt finished and paid for, and with a familiar clan. And my name once again, from here on out, I'm free from this point, and I gain the complete power over my life as a unique, real, and irrepeatable being. I added a very personal thought to the letter that I wrote. You can ignore it or not. I put this, son of Yahweh Elohim. One would say, well, it's all mixing religion, and for me it is. You can do whatever you want. But I declare myself being a son of Yahweh Elohim, not of my biological parents, but of him. And from here, obviously, write this will end, comma, from this point out, comma, but I'm not giving you all the commas. I know that you would love for me to give you this letter, but just write with your own words. You cannot have it so easy. Be thankful that I'm giving you a guide. And from this point on out, there's my name, Christian, or your name, am what I want to be without any more debt to you, and I take entire responsibility over my life. My name, decide to be reborn. Wow, this is strong, okay? This is kind of strong. You're telling this to your parents. I decide to be reborn. And my dad is Yahweh Elohim. There, I'd mention him again. I am reborn, and my father is Yahweh Elohim. And his law and his desires and his plans for me are my inheritance and life project. That is my way of seeing things. You can put it whatever you want. I told you it's just a sample. But for me, my true father is Yahweh Elohim. So then I declare to my parents, from here on out, I am reborn. I break the contract with you. I don't have any more contract with you. And you add all those words. Look, you too. Thank you for what you gave me. I thank you. But from here on out, I break this contract that you gave me, because that contract is not mine. You gave me an inheritance, these ugly things, to be stingy. And you gave me some horrible things of being like you, and you thought I was a replacement child. You know what? I'm no longer a replacement. You have to speak like that already. I'm not reading anything. It has to come from your mind. Write what you have to write, and then later start to speak with your parents. I'm tired of being a replacement. I'm no one's replacement. I am unique. And when your brain starts to understand all of this, you know that it starts to heal a whole bunch of things that you can't even imagine. That your brain has you trapped. That is the sin of the parents over the children. This is the sin. This is the inheritance, the accursed inheritance that we have. So then for the inheritance, we have to renounce. And with this letter, you renounce, but you have to do it in a very, very, very emotional feeling. And so then I renounce to being your children for this and this and that. I renounce to this project that you gave me. I thank you for it. I am alive up until now. You took care of me. You educated me. But you know what? This is as far as this project goes. I give back to you. From this on out, I choose to be reborn, and my father is Yahweh Elohim. From here on out, I'm going to do the will that he wants and that I want, not yours. I no longer want to have any relation with you of having to supply your problems. If you had an abortion, I am not your replacement child. I'm telling to you from now. Do your mourning for your son, because I am unique. I didn't come to replace anyone. Like that, okay? You have to know what you have to touch on. If you say, I didn't come to replace the one that died. The one that died, your aunt, uncle, your dad died. But I came to be authentic. This is as far as the contract goes in your brain, that the contract is written, breaks it. This is proven in thousands upon thousands of people that break their contract. Since it is written, here now you consciously break the contract. You're talking with your unconscious with no one else, because the contract is here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Since your contract is here, who do I have to speak with? With this one, I'm talking to this one, doing a whole scenery that's vivid of everything that I'm breaking away with. Very well, so then I'll be born again, and my father is Yahweh Elohim in his law. And his desires and his plans for me are my inheritance life project. And here you will add whatever you want to replace. From here on out, I am no longer stingy. Now I am kind. And what would be another name? Generous. Generous is the word. I am generous. And giving makes me feel well, not bad. Giving. Yeah, because half of you, when you give tithes, you feel bad. I don't know why. Those that give half feel bad. If you feel bad, there's a project that they taught you to. Giving is bad, to receive is good. So then you can change this. So then from this point out, my project and my desire is to be giving. I am giving. You put it in present tense. From here on out, I am giving. From here on out, I am kind. From here on out, I am good. With my wife, for example, I respect my wife. Whatever you're working with, from here on out, I am me. I am. I'm not a replacement. I'm not a clown child. I'm not a glue child. I am authentic. Do you understand? And then you put your replacement. You put it right there. So then you put at the end, I, so and so and so, decide to be happy, abundant and free, and to live in peace and in entire coherence. And so you sign it. You sign that letter. It has to be signed when you read it to your parents. You have it signed and you put the dates on there. It's a document that is the most real and authentic that you've ever seen in your life, as authentic as what you've got here. And this is the one that we want to replace. So then, I'm going to do this. How many times did I say? 10 times at night. And there can't be children. Hey, Ma, give me the dinner. And I'm talking, no, it has to be in a place where there is tranquility. Last instance in the car, but it's like you're talking to the ones in the back, okay? You have your mom and dad sitting there, and you complain of everything they did to you. If they abandoned you, Mom, you were a mother that abandoned me, but that's fine. I accept it. I accept it all. Don't blame. I accept it. But you were this, or you were that. You were this and that. When I needed you, you were not there. I accept it, but from here on out, I'll break the contract. I break it. And magic takes place if you did this well in only one night. That's all. Why I'm telling you 10, because you're going to do this wrong. Do this as practice, because on top of it all, you're reaffirming what you're saying. I'm a son of Yah, what you're going to reaffirm. And to top it off, it's practice, because well done, it's one time. But you have to do this right with, forget what I said. You do it 10 times. Do it 10 times, because you need to reaffirm it here too. Suppose that in the first one they cure you, but when they affirm everything, you become stronger. You understand? Okay. That is on one side. And the other side, when you free this, you're going to find one more thing that would bother you, because it doesn't take to liberate something that you're going to say. And I think this also comes here, now that I see it, because if you free yourself of something, you start to do it. As soon as you start to see, you're going to start to see things that are wrong too. Because for us, nothing is wrong, because everything is fine. But when you start to take this out, this is wrong, you're like, this is wrong, but I have this that's wrong too. And when I start to look, I start to cast away all the shit that they gave me. That is the word. There's no other word. It's all shit inherited from our parents. I'm just taking one piece of shit here, and I'm giving it back to them. Here you go. I don't accept this shit from you no more. That's it. So then, since I no longer accept this shit, what do? In the moment that I take it out, I notice what? That I have more to take out. And that's where I start. That's what I'm saying. This will be a model. Then you'll start to see how this becomes. And next Shabbat, I'll show you another technique. Not for this, but for something else. I don't know if it'll be next. Well, maybe next Shabbat, I'll show you another technique. I'll promise to teach you later on, because maybe next Shabbat, I want to show you something else. But this is important to break away with the sense project. In other words, today you understood what it is. Transgeneralism and the sense project. There's a lot more information, but you don't have to go crazy. You just have to see how your life is, who came in your parents. Try to become conscious, become aware of what you are. If you really like to, if you have satisfaction in what you do, if you cannot get satisfaction in what you do, just an example, it happens to so many, you study medicine, and when you're doctors, you don't have satisfaction. They say, I have satisfaction by painting, but not being a doctor. From now, I'm telling you, your doctor was placed on you. It was never yours, so then it doesn't make you happy, because you're following and you're faithful to the clan. So then we've got all the quantity of professionals, doctors, engineers, all types of careers that leave you in the field, and they're extremely happy because they got that. They discovered what makes them really satisfied. Because a father that's a lawyer wants to have a lawyer child, because that father comes from a lawyer father already. So then from their little, we're a family of lawyers. If we have a nurse there, that would be a catastrophe. So then since they're little, they show them the terms of being a lawyer. They take them to their place of work. They tell them how smart the father is, all the things he does, and says, you're going to be just like I am because I'm teaching you and training you from when you're little. Because the father wants his child to be a lawyer. He doesn't want to be a lawyer. He's going to do it. He's going to study law, but he'll always be unhappy. If he loves that career, that's fine. Okay, he got the project of sense with what he lives. But if there is an incoherence with the project that they gave him and what he is, something happens. What happens is that he's not happy, and there comes a place when he wakes up in the morning, he says, what am I doing as a lawyer? I want it to be something else. And he goes in the world, and he's very happy, and the dad says, I have a son. There's a name that they use in Argentina, a black sheep. Yeah, black sheep. My son, I forgot the name. Oh, I don't know the word. He's someone that's lost. I gave him everything. I gave him the profession. Have you heard that from the church? I have given the profession. I sacrificed myself so that my son would study, and I gave him the career. He doesn't want to do that anymore. And the mother gets angry, and the father gets angry. I gave you everything, you fucking idiot. And you don't want to study? The kid says, I don't want to be that. I wanted to be a soccer player, for example. So then that takes place. You already know this. Everyone has to be authentic. We were born in this life free, but they tied us. Actually, we are free. They tied us with all these projects, and the things that we think that we like maybe come from there, and the things that we like but we cannot do, there's something that doesn't let me do, I am tied with a project from there. Do you understand? Okay, so then that is what happens. Check your life. It is interesting, extremely interesting. Mar Freshet ended up saying, look at how my life was. I was begotten. I was a project to free my mother from jail. Notice, so that she wouldn't go to jail. Okay, we end up going to jail, and I ended up freeing her after a while. And what did I find in my life? Another person that I needed to free. And when I got married, I had to bear 18 months in order to free her, and I liberated her too, because that was the project of life, to liberate women. What do I do now? Because almost all his clients were women. What do I do now? I liberate women from their problems. So then I was designed, Mark Fretchet says, I was designed to liberate my mother, and now I'm liberating women. But I like it. He says, I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any problem. I discovered that I like it. So then I'm going to continue liberating women. It's impressive. To tell the truth, everything that I talked about is nothing compared to the truth. We must have projects in a way that even Adam and Eve, it should get to all the things that we have in the influences. I was going to read to you something incredible, but I'm going to leave that for next week. Something about Paul, thought of Paul's, but I promise you for next Shabbat, because it's all very interesting. If I shorten this, I cannot explain this. It's not understood, and that what I explained is very little. There's a lot more to explain, It's so terrible the Sense Project is. Or else, if one does not forgive a rape, it condemns the whole clan to get raped until somebody gets over it. It'll only be cut off from that chain. For what reason? It says you believe in the statistics. No. It is because the information is recorded in the child to a terrible level, and the raped girl will cause a whole situation to get raped. She'll look for the rapist, will pass by there. The same thing as accidents. I mean, there's so many things that I could talk to you about, but just a little bit about the accidents. For example, a father that is an athlete, and he wants his son to be an athlete. It could be any sportsman. Say he's an athlete. He has a child that he trains him for little. He doesn't let him breathe. He's an athlete. When he gets to be a little older, and he's unhappy with that situation, he's an athlete, a good athlete, but he's not happy. All of a sudden, he's going to flip, and he'll mess up a muscle in a terrible accident, and he loses his profession. Who you think caused that? He did it to himself, subconsciously, to get him out of that situation. So then accidents that are provoked. One day he gets drunk, he's driving, he has a terrible accident, and he can do anything else. But who caused all that? The subconscious. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. Subconscious has a power over that's brutal. That is why we, knowing all this, knowing our sense projects, knowing whom we serve, which is Elohim, we become aware that we exist from a transgenerational tree, that the sins, Yahweh says, that they pass on in the guilt down to the third and fourth generation. That's enough, okay? We don't have to go anything above that. That's enough for us to live with a lot of problems the rest of our lives. And to top it off, we augment it because we pass on all those problems to our children, giving them our names as our grandma, here you go with all these problems. And so we have that sense project, but Yahweh is teaching us a way of freedom, liberation, because precisely we're on this earth to learn, to perfect ourselves. These things cannot be learned in heaven. They cannot be learned in heaven. Perfection cannot be learned. They are learned only in the worst place in history, which is this. In this one, which is the worst place in history, it's the best place in history to learn. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Let us wrap up with a word of prayer. Blessed art thou, Yeshua HaMashiach. We give you thanks, Lord, because you show us and let us get this information to us that is clearly written in your book. That every person was a sense project and had their whole genealogical tree above, up until even in your commandments you placed it, that you punish the wickedness and sin to the third and fourth generation of those who hate you. But Lord, we have entered into those 1,000 generations that love you, because actually we love you and we really are waiting for you to come. But we know that you have chosen the best place of all history and of all times to learn, because we need to learn, because we are in a learning curve, and when we are prepared, you'll come to look for us. Blessed art thou, Yeshua HaMashiach. We give you thanks, Lord, for everything that you teach us and give us. And really, we desire to soon live with you forever. All this we ask you for in your precious name, and that you always be our Father and our husband. And that you really, we desire that you write all your projects, sense projects in our being, because those are the ones that will really take us to eternal life. All this we thank you for in the precious name of our Elohim, Yeshua HaMashiach. Alleluia. Very well. Alleluia. If you found something of what I spoke in this whole speech from a charlatan, you have to practice. I have other things to teach you that are rather fantastic. But I think that with this sense project and with the transgenerational already finished, if you want to know more, you can investigate more. But I'm going to continue to teach you other things. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Alleluia.